got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide. Even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There's only one fuel that can drive the performance you demand from your car. New 94 Octane, the highest octane on the market, only at Sunoco.
For the first time this season, it's a war between momentum and discipline. The next stop on the tour to a Season 7 championship. One hopeful from a visit to the championship finale. Sunoco Cup Series playoffs. And then there were four. All season, we've highlighted the stories of countless drivers facing the singular vision of series glory. But this final stride through memory lane of a 4-year history leaves one final chapter to be written with one last championship on the line. This is the last edition of the Sunoco Cup Series, and we're ready to crown a champion as VSPEED welcomes you to the championship finale of Season 7 from the virtual HOMESTEAD-MIAMI Speedway. This is it. We're happy to have you join us for coverage of what will be a great championship finale for the final time in Sunoco Cup history, where alongside Jake Reeves in the broadcast booth with our producer Bradley Cooper, I'm Kenneth Bueno. Jake, it's all down to this. 4 drivers have carved their path to create this exact moment, a chance at a championship all of them with distinct resumes of their own, but it all comes down to one final race, 400 miles down in South Florida, for a chance at glory and to call yourself the final Sunoco Cup Series contender.
Absolutely, Kenneth. Right here, there you see it. Lawson Peel, Steven Stampian, Curtis Kelly, and Colin Forrester, the 4 drivers that will be vying for that Season 7 Sunoco Cup Series title here tonight at a beautiful track, might I add, Homestead-Miami Speedway, which is, honestly, Kenneth, you know my opinion, this is exactly where I think NASCAR needs to have their playoffs in at, right here at this track. Going to be a lot of great racing out here. Like you said, 400 miles, long way to go for these guys. Going to be interesting to see how it all plays out.
Couldn't agree more that it is the best place for a championship finale. It's so beautiful, so picturesque. Down in Homestead, Florida, this track opened back in 1995 in the wake of Hurricane Andrew. That's how this track was formed by the promoter at the time in Miami-Dade County, Ralph Sanchez. Ever since, they made it a rectangular mini Indianapolis, then made it the oval shape that you see here today, added the banking in 2003, which gives this its historic shape and gives it a great stage for this championship finale. Progressive banking all the way around, 18 to 20 degrees of banking in the turns, and this track is set for a championship finale. You were just looking at those 4 drivers that all got their way in via different ways. Lawson Peel, Colin Forrester winning their way in via different races. Talladega and Las Vegas, not the most easy thing in the world to win at Talladega Superspeedway. And then the other half of it, Jake, they pointed their way in. 3 of them have been in this very situation before. 1 is in his first championship 4 appearance down to Homestead. We've had a really long season ever since February, full length. It's a grueling calendar over the course of the year, Jake, but I'd say it's rewarding to get to this step. Still 1 more goal left to achieve.
Absolutely, Kenneth. I mean, it's just, honestly, it is a goal. It's a, what's the word that I'm looking for? An accomplishment, I guess you could say, in itself, to be able to go through that whole schedule that you saw right there and come down, be one of the final 4 and race for a championship. And this place, obviously, Homestead, we talked about it when they added the banking back in 2003. This place right here, it's probably, I would assume, and yes, I do think it's got the same exact asphalt that it did. Probably maybe got a little bit of crack seal in there, however you want to look at it. But this place, it is war slap out. These guys are going to be rolling around here in these next-gen cars on old asphalt. That's one of the things we're going to see here tonight. These guys trying to manage that tire wear and try to see how long they can go on their fuel runs and manage their tires. Not necessarily, you may see some try to go for that short run speed. Some of them are going to be trying to wait on that long run to try to catch them.
Well, you were hearing it on the promo that played just before we went live here on VSPEED. With this championship finale, it's a healthy balance between momentum and discipline. That's what Homestead-Miami Speedway is all about. A look at our race analysis for tonight's Sunoco Cup finale. 267 laps, 400 miles here at Homestead-Miami. A little over 800 kilometers. We've got our stages like this. Stage 1 ends at lap 80. We go another 80 to end stage 2 at lap 160. And we'll go the final 107 laps if we can. Green to the end at lap 267. 7 tire sets are available for those in the field. Means a lot here at Homestead, where the track is really known to eat up the tires, even though we'll be under the night sky in virtual South Florida. And that's how we will do it. We will extend this race to overtime if needed. A championship finale can only be as stressful as ever for the drivers, but very exciting for all of us. Well, we noted months ago in this season that it would be the final campaign of Sunoco Cup Series action that was given to us announcement-wise by league owners Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves. Let's bring in the owner and the man at the helm of the ship for Sunoco Cup action, Dakota Curtis, to give his final thoughts on what this series means to him and what we are to encounter in this Season 7 finale. First of all, Dakota, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for taking some of your time to talk with us. What are your overall thoughts about what this Season 7 finale is going to bring to end the Sunoco Cup Series in its chapter?
Yeah, I think it's going to bring some really good racing. We got good 4 very strong guys who have had great seasons this season so far. And, just excited to wrap up, the Sunoco Cup Series on a high note and, see what these guys are going to bring on the track tonight.
I know that the decision itself between you and Dustin to end this series probably took a long conversation. It wasn't necessarily just a quick snap of a finger and that was it, right? You guys probably deliberated a lot on what you guys can or can't do in the decision to have this series not progress in its full-time capacity. But what do you make of it now? What emotions have hit you over this last week or so as you guys process this final race and this end to the series?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a lot to process. I mean, we've thought about this since, last season. Last season was something that we were really contemplating on, going on to the next season and seeing if we were going to really do it. And we ended up, going on to the next season and seeing what we were going to bring out of it. And then we went into the winter series, and we were in the winter series, we were thinking about, what the future held for the Sunoco Cup Series. And it was a very hard decision to make, but at the end of the day, I can't give everything that I want to the league anymore. So that's why kind of we decided we were going to end it this season, because the racing has been great. We have a great group of guys. We have a fantastic group of people that race in this league, and there's going to be other leagues that come out of this league, which is great. I know that DTH is running their own league, and a lot of the guys from this league are going to be running in that, which is fantastic. And just excited to see what comes out of that. And I'm going to be really helping out with social media there on that side, and gonna see what I can do to help out the DTH series. So
Well, Dakota, I'd say that it's been an honor, and I can speak on behalf of all of us here at VSPEED. We've been so incredibly honored and blessed to be able to support this series and help it grow to its lengths and be able to broadcast all of the races until now. Much love as always, Dakota. I'm sure that this Championship 4 finale will bring us a story to remember for ages to come. Thank you for joining us, and best of luck tonight.
yeah, and I want to give a quick shout out to all of our series sponsors that have come in through this whole entire last 5 years that we've done for Sunoco. I mean, MPI, we started out with them. I appreciate all the hard work and everything they did to help us progress as a league and really put us on the map. Podium Esports, I know they were broadcasting us for a little while, so and then uh, we had Pit Stop TV there for a long time, Freaky Fast, and then VSPEED, of course. And then, last but not least, we have Auto Tempest that really helped us out, SK Sim Racing for a long time. And, last but not least, Sunoco itself, Sunoco Race Fuels. They power NASCAR, and they've powered us for the last 3 years, and super excited to have them on board. And, I'm just, a loss for words of, how long this league has been around, and it's just ending. So lost for words, and just happy that we could end on a high note with VSPEED. So
Well, Dakota, we really appreciate the time. Again, congratulations on all that you and Dustin have accomplished here at this series, and hopefully this championship finale will be a really fun one. We're excited to see you and everyone else take the track. Congratulations on everything you guys have accomplished again, and best of luck here in tonight's race from Homestead.
absolutely. And by the way, I have my on the roof of my car tonight. I'm gonna have one last race that has about 50 memories of my greatest memories from this league over the last 5 years on the roof. So make sure to check that out.
Beautiful part of the paint scheme here for car number 43. That's Dakota Curtis, the league owner, the guy who has been basically created the brainchild that is the Sunoco Cup Series alongside Dustin Reeves. They both have been instrumental into this series' launch, its success, and its growth over the last 4 years since the pandemic back in 2020. Jake, I mean, it's obviously an elephant in the room. We had to discuss it because this series has been called that it was going to end in this capacity for several months now. Bradley and I had the reaction when it happened just right before a race night on a Sunday, and we were just as shocked as everyone when we found out that this series would be coming to a close at the end of it. But I'd say we think less about the fact that it's ending tonight and more of what can be here in this championship finale, because we've had so many great drivers, so many great moments, and it doesn't end with tonight. It's going to end far in the future when we start thinking about this time and time again.
Yeah, Kenneth. I mean, honestly, I mean, this kind of goes back to what my dad has always told me. It's not about where you start, it's where you finish. And granted, they've been going very, very strong for the past 7 seasons. So, even though they haven't necessarily actually just started, I mean, they still, they still got plenty of time to be able to, make it grow and, expand to however they want to. So, but I'm like y'all, I was shocked, just as y'all was, to hear that they was going to end. I mean, it absolutely hurt me because I've watched these guys as well, on Sunday nights, sitting there watching them door bang and all the hard racing and, all the camaraderie that these guys have had for so many seasons, for 7 seasons. So, it is a bittersweet moment here tonight for the Sunoco Cup Series, but still a lot to look forward to down the line in the future.
And we've had a ton of things to talk about over the course of the season. We just also got word that a new session just launched, so we are going to join that in just a moment. I think that gives us ample time to talk with our driver base, get some thoughts about what is going to go down for the drivers that are going to be involved in this championship. We'll start with probably the most decorated driver in all of Sunoco Cup Series history. He hasn't been around that long, but he has definitely made an impression. We join Lawson Pio now for Drinkin' Bros Racing. Lawson, I'd say a couple of seasons ago, we tout you as a driver a little more inexperienced in this championship format, but a couple years later, you're now the most decorated and most accoladed driver in this entire series. How do you go into this championship for mindset-wise to try and get what will be a 3rd straight historic monument in the series?
Yeah, just a similar mindset as the last 2, I think. I think that the conditions and everything is going to play into my favor here. I like the way the package and the setup and the car is all driving. A little curious to see what the nighttime conditions are going to be like, but I feel like it's going to build a little tight, which will, I think, play into my advantage. So just got to be smart. It's going to be a really long race. Got to be there at the end. And that's step 1. And then step 2 is go win. And we had an amazing finish last year. I'd like to have a little less drama than that if I had my way, but we'll see how it goes, and I'm just really looking forward to it. Really enjoyed racing in this league, and like all 4 of us that are in the Final 4 here tonight could all win, and I'll be fine with any of us winning. I like all 3 of the other guys, and so just looking forward to it. Appreciate Dustin Reeves, Dakota Curtis for everything they've done for us, and you guys, and looking to close it out strong here.
6 wins this season in 2024, your most recent coming several weeks ago at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the race prior to this. So what would it mean to carry on to that momentum and keep that hot streak, get your 3rd straight title, and end the Sunoco Cup Series as the best Sunoco driver of all time that we've seen?
Yeah, I think it would mean for me just continuing that 1,000 batting average I've got so far. I think that would, just to go for 3 for 3, winning 3 championships in 3 seasons, I think it would be just unbelievable accomplishment. And certainly not going to be disappointed if I'm not able to do it. I'll hang my hat on, what I've been able to accomplish. And like I said, it's just been a lot of fun, and, really lucky and fortunate and appreciative of everything that, we've been able to do and the success that I've had. So, just going to be looking to have fun, and I feel good. I feel like I can do it again. We'll just kind of see how the race shakes out. If it kind of plays out into my favor, I feel good. And, if we have a lot of restarts at the end, that might play into more of the other guys' advantage, I think. So we will see.
Well, Lawson, one thing is for certain, you've got a chance in all 3 of your Sunoco Cup Series seasons over the last several years, and this one, it will be the final one in this chapter, but you've shown us a lot over your career in Sunoco Cup action. We appreciate the time. Best of luck on track for this championship finale.
Much appreciated, Kenneth, and looking forward to it. Appreciate everything you do for us.
That's Lawson Pio from Columbus, Mississippi, searching for his 3rd consecutive Sunoco Cup title. That's something unprecedented in this series and something we've never seen before. I mentioned the experience in the other championship competitors for this finale. We joined the 2nd driver that is in it, Steven Stempian. He's got Jake Reeves alongside him.
Absolutely, Steven Stempian, actually a past guest on the Door Bang and Download, my podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. But Steven, what's the game plan here tonight for Homestead, buddy?
I just win the championship, baby. Let's get this monkey off my back and get it done tonight.
And Steven, obviously, with the experience, being here in the Sunoco Cup Series, just talk a little bit about, what this series has meant to you as a driver and also as friends with a lot of these guys that you race with week in and week out.
It's meant so much coming, lucky enough to come on board, a couple seasons ago, a couple of years ago, back in 22, early part of 22, 21. It was one of those, 22 maybe, but had a few seasons. Me, Lawson, Sanchez, and Chuck all became rookies that season. And just saw the friends that I've met and made along the way. We do a lot of different things together. So that's been pretty cool. You always love the racing sim community. Brings a lot of people together. You meet some people that you would have never met before. So it's pretty cool. And sad, obviously, it's coming to an end tonight. But only thing that matters is if we can get this 88 on top. I think that'll do it. So we'll see.
Steven, buddy, we appreciate everything that you've done with Sunoco, everything that you do with, dropping the hammer and everything that you do, Steven. Appreciate your time, buddy, and good luck tonight. Try to use that experience to your advantage, buddy.
I appreciate it, buddy. Came close last season, so I think we know what to do to get it done tonight. So hopefully, good luck to the other three. Obviously, I'll kind of echo what Lawson said. If I don't win tonight, at least, three other guys that I enjoy racing with. So it's going to be a good time. You guys enjoy the show and end this thing with a bang.
Absolutely. Steven Stepien, buddy, appreciate your time. Now we're going to send it right on back over to Kenneth Bueno. He's standing by with Colin Forster.
Here with the sophomore standout, Colin Forster from Fast Banana Racing. Colin, this is now the second time you've been a part of this championship for. Last season, you definitely learned a lot. What do you make of this time around and how you use that to your advantage?
Well, I don't really know. Last season it was really close. Literally came down to the last lap and we were all in contention there, and I made a little slip up that really cost me and Steven and, well, everyone except for Lawson basically. But yeah, it's a long race, a lot of laps, got a lot of change throughout the race. Obviously, it's a transition race from day to the night, so it's going to be interesting to see how the car changes, but definitely look forward to getting out there and putting on a good show and hopefully coming home with the dub.
You've got some stout competition. I know one of them is your teammate, so we'll probably talk about that in a little bit, about how you guys deal with that in the team versus individual side of things. But if you're able to get this championship tonight, what would that mean to you, being this is your only second year in the series?
Definitely would mean a lot, especially being the last race in this series, to go out on the best way you can. But yeah, going to the team thing, me and Curtis always, like, during the last three starts of a race, I always say I'm not gonna do anything to mess it up for either of us, but I'm gonna try my hardest to win. That's like exactly what I said to him in Atlanta when I pushed him. I said, I'm not gonna try and wreck you. I'm not gonna do anything to compromise us, but I am gonna try and win. And there wasn't any way for me to win, and we pushed him and worked out there. So I think me and Curtis have a good team connection there, so I don't expect any problems with that tonight. But long race, and you never know. Championship makes people do dumb things sometimes, and we'll see.
Always that question of, would you wreck your grandma if it had to come down to a championship finale? Well, Colin, we appreciate the time. Best of luck in this bid at your first championship, and we'll see you out on track.
All right, appreciate it, sir.
I'm sure Colin Forster would like a bit more luck in this championship race. Doesn't want to be disappointed like his Jacksonville Jaguars did to him a little earlier on this afternoon. We'll turn to the next championship competitor, the final one in his first championship for Jake Reeves. That's Curtis Kelly.
Absolutely. Got Curtis Kelly up here in the booth. And Curtis, I'll actually kind of echo basically what I asked Steven Stepien. What's it going to take to get the championship here tonight at Homestead?
I think the big thing tonight is going to be that long run pace, keeping it out of the wall, and just being able to keep the car under you the whole run. It's a long race. It's a hard track, and I know we have some stiff competition out there.
Obviously, I asked Steven the same thing about what Sunoco has meant to him. What's Sunoco, as far as the Sunoco Cup Series, meant to you here so far this season and all the seasons that it's been around?
Oh, it's been a lot. It's been a great place to grow as a racer and a driver, build some confidence, have a platform to show ourselves off, and have a lot of fun while doing it. We got a great team here at Sunoco Cup Series, and you guys are great in the broadcast booth. So really, it's been a great place to race for 3 years now.
Well, Curtis, buddy, appreciate your time. Go get that championship in the final season for the Sunoco Cup Series. Good luck, buddy.
Appreciate it.
So that's Curtis Kelly, driver of the number 71. He is the leading man in practice. He's been one of the best drivers in the practice session over the last 25 or so minutes. We've had 2 sessions now, qualifying just getting to start. And while we have a bit more time, Jake, we'll try and digest what this championship 4 means. 3 of them are returning from last season. One of them, in Curtis Kelly, is joining for the first time. We talk about championship experience, how much that means for drivers, and how it can make the difference between those who handle this situation many times before versus those who have to experience it firsthand for the first time. How advantageous is it for those guys in Peel, Forrester, Stempien to have been in this place before, now doing it all over again?
I mean, honestly, Kenneth, it never changes. Honestly, in my opinion, when you get in here and you know that, okay, yeah, I've been here before, you still get the butterflies in your stomach. You always get the butterflies in your stomach when you know that you're going to be racing for a championship for the Sunoco Cup Series. So, obviously that experience is going to come to play. Obviously, they're going to sit there and be like, okay, I know what to do. I've been here before, but there's always that chance of a curveball getting thrown at them. So that experience can come into play, but at the same time, it's like I said, butterflies is going to be there. Even for the new guy that's in this as well, everybody's going to get those butterflies. It's just all going to be about who doesn't have that much of butterflies and can try to keep calm, cool, and collected for 267 laps.
Well, the one thing to know, though, Jake, is that these teams, these drivers specifically, they've definitely been on the right track this season. All of them have been able to capture at least one checkered flag this season, some more than others, but for the most part, they've all had that founded success across this 2024 calendar. While this is the final race of Sunoco Cup Series action, we want to get you involved in the YouTube chat, and we asking, what is the first memory you have of the Sunoco Cup Series? So if you want to answer that for those in the chat, we know that many are part of the families for some of the drivers that are racing in this series, some that have just followed this series for several years on end since its beginning back in 2020. I can recount tons of first memories, tons of fond memories between hanging out with the drivers after the race or whether it's covering the action on track itself. I'd say it's going to be a bittersweet night for many of us. We're all dealing with what is the greatness of a championship finale, but the loss of this series in the form that we know it down the road. Now, Dakota was also talking about, Jake, the revival of the series, if you will. Chris Progar, Steven Stempien, they got to work. They locked in over the last several weeks and said, we don't want Sunoco to die. We want to keep the spirit going. So in turn, they announced their own Cup Series, dropping the Hama Cup Series, which is basically going to be a new version of Sunoco. They've got support by Dakota, and they've got support by the Sunoco Cup driver base. So if there's one thing that's certain, Jake, is that the spirit, the love for this series isn't going away soon, even though this series, in the way we're seeing it, is.
Well, Kenneth, and it's another thing, that my dad would always tell me, all good things must come to an end. Apparently not, because they're going to go ahead and expand it out and have Stempien and Progar, have a lot to do with wanting to try to make or at least have Sunoco's memory live on. So, it's good on Stempien and good on Progar to do that. And obviously, Dakota Curtis coming in and, helping them out and supporting them in that as well. Because, you were talking about, first memories. I can recall, obviously, it wasn't the Sunoco Cup Series, but it was the Sunoco Winter Series. And just one of the memories that I have in my head was when they was running the COT cars at Talladega in that series and just watching them literally motor around through there. Not only that, but also having, when they ran the 87s, that was my very first race that I called with the Sunoco Winter Series, and they was running the 87s at Talladega. And just an absolute blast to watch them on those super speedways when they ran those, Daytona and all that. It was just all thrillers each and every time that I called the Winter Series. So, everybody's got their memories. I just figured I would go ahead and throw that memory out there because it is a bittersweet memory. And it got a lot of hits on TikTok too. So I put that out there on TikTok, and a lot of people absolutely loved it. And yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I'm all for them wanting to let Sunoco live on as it should.
Well, who doesn't love a bit of redneck announcer, right? That's probably part of it. You've got that personality. And, you know, I didn't cover those races, the 87s or the COTs, when the Winter Series was going on. I watched them back. I may have regretted my decision not to be there or be a little more available. Those were a lot of fun. That was the way that this series handled the Winter Series when, you know, this main series wasn't going on, but they allowed racing still to happen, and they got the drivers together to stay in touch. You're watching some drivers putting in laps for qualifying right now. This is the rookie Shane Wyatt, and it's a shame that we won't see more of the Sunoco Cup Series because of drivers like these. Wyatt, who's in his first full-time campaign, has really turned things up consistency-wise over the last several months, and we've documented it over a while, Jake, the fact that he started off a little slow, probably to get his bearings together, but as soon as he did, the speed started showing up, and Wyatt had knocked down on the door several times to capture his first win. It's just a little bit of a shame that because this series is ending this year, Wyatt will not get the chance to be a part of this group, at least as we know it, for another time down the road. But maybe with the DTH Cup Series going along, maybe he can join that. But he puts in his best time. That's a 32.839, best enough for fourth. And as we watch drivers in qualifying, Jake, I mean, we're looking at very different ways that these guys are attacking this racetrack, and that makes it very different from, let's say, a Phoenix Championship finale where it's more one lane than not. Homestead, you've got so much room to work with. You can find speed anywhere. That's what we're seeing with Brad Fulham here.
Yeah, and they wonder why we love this place. I mean, it's not one lane that you can run here at Homestead. You see Brad Fulham right there literally taking the top of the racetrack. Other drivers, we saw Shane White taking it all the way down to the bottom of the racetrack, running that top side, being able to carry momentum coming off of the corner that you're going to see right here. We'll see how it turns out for old Brad right here. His first lap was actually 11th fastest. See if he bumps up a little bit. Yes, he does. He actually moves up about 3 spots, solidly inside the top 10, currently sitting 8th right now on the board. But that's one of those things. I mean, here at Homestead, you can run the bottom, you can run the top, or you can even run the middle. It's just however you prefer to drive this place, which is why I've said numerous times, that's why I absolutely love this place. I can't never quite finish good in my league races here for some reason, but at that same time, those multiple grooves, it really shows a lot with the characteristics of these drivers racing.
Yeah, this track is tough. It's not really an easy track, and I'd say the same. I love this track. It's my home venue. I'm about 45 minutes or so driving until I get there. I live near the suburbs of Miami, if you will, and I mean, this track is wonderful, but even then, I still can't find the way around it in the sim to be as good as some of the others. That's a great qualifying effort, by the way, by Brad Fulham, who's trying to best his best qualifying effort up until now, which was 9th all the way back in early April of this year at Texas Motor Speedway. His best finish was 3rd all the way back at Atlanta on the Super Speedway during the playoffs. So maybe there's something we can see out of Fulham. Here is James Kunkel, driver of the number 45. We've seen a lot out of Kunkel over the last several years, and talk about OGs in this series. Kunkel is added to the list out of many that are taking the green flag tonight from the virtual Homestead-Miami Speedway. Much like Fulham, Kunkel a little more faithful to the outside lane. You get a little close to that outside wall, and you can teeter with disaster, but Kunkel rises out of turn 4. We'll see the lap here as it clocks in. Good enough for 13th.
Absolutely. I think he might have overdrove it just a little bit going into the turn. I think that might have costed him a little bit, but you're going to see Alex Muscarella. How about this right here? Throwback Jimmy Johnson style right there on that number 48. That is absolutely beautiful right there for all the Jimmy Johnson fans out there. Riding that outside wall right here on his very first lap. We'll see how this ends up playing out for him, see where he goes. Yes, he's going to go all the way up. He wasn't able to beat out Fulham right there, but he'll go tonight, and he'll keep it up against the outside retaining wall, much like what we saw Kunkel do a while ago, as well as Fulham. Keeps it right up on the top. Saw that steering wheel kind of kick to the right just a little bit. You're going to see that up there on that top side, but guys getting a little bit loose, trying to overcorrect it. You don't want to overcorrect it too much. You'll slap it straight back up into the wall, but look how tight he is right there. going into 3, keeping it up against that wall, trying to get that air, trying to get that momentum, see if he gets a little bit better. Yes, he does. He's going to go up to 6th. He is going to jump Brad Fulham right there that we saw earlier. He's going to be nestled in right behind Shane White, or actually he'll be starting right beside of him if this holds up, Kenneth.
Playing with that air bubble on the outside lane. Looks like that's what everyone is doing right now to find a bit of speed. Muscarella there, good enough for P6. Much better than what he did last season here at Homestead, where he started 24th, and that's exactly where he finished. We've got 23 drivers as we count it right now in the sim, so not the heftiest driver base that we've got for the finale here at Homestead, but it's a good enough driver base to put everyone on the grid and get this one started. Let's take you trackside and bring you tonight's starting grid for the final race of the Season 7 Sunoco Cup Series and this Championship 4 race, where it is championship filled on the front row. Colin Forrester with a 32.693. The Florida native will see his Toyota Camry take the green flag first. He's got the Boston, Massachusetts native of Steven Stepien on his outside to complete row number 1. Back in 3rd place is the 3rd of the Championship 4 driver base, Curtis Kelly in the 71. He's got Stephen Harlow, who finished on the podium 2 weeks ago at Las Vegas, looking to make it back-to-back top 3 finishes on a 1.5 mile track. That's row number 2. Back in P5, you'll find the rookie Shane Wyatt, who holds his own in qualifying. His Chevrolet starts on the inside of the 48, Alex Muscarella, who we just saw put in his time. That's in position number 6. Row number 3. Kip Easley for Drinkin' Bros Racing lines up in P7. He's got Justin Erb in his Home Depot Chevrolet on the outside. That's position number 8. And rounding out the top 10, no Lawson Peel in sight, just Brad Fulham in the 19 and Wyatt Brackett in the 30 for Fast Banana Racing.
Chris Progar is going to start in P11 with Richard Schwavely going to be rolling off in P12 on the outside of row number 6. Justin Hendry is going to start in P13 with James Kunkel starting in 14th. Dustin Reeves going to be rolling off in P15. Mind you, folks, no relation between me and Dustin. Just figured I would go ahead and throw that out there. Bill Schnuber will start in P16. Sean Callis will roll off P17. The boss man that has created it all, Dakota Curtis, rolling off from P18 here tonight. Garrett Brown's going to roll off P19, and there's the other one out of the Championship 4, Lawson Peel. If he wants to win him a championship tonight, he's going to have to do it from all the way starting in 20th.
Back in 21st, Austin Reedy with Brandon Banks on his outside, and that'll finalize the field at 23 with Chuck Stevens, the last of the field in car number 84. Boy, Lawson has some work cut out for him here in this championship finale, looking, like we said earlier, to his 3rd consecutive Sunoco Cup title, something that we've never seen before. And prior to that, we hadn't seen anyone go more than 1 championship in this series. Lawson starting from behind the 8 ball. Well, Colin Forrester certainly has the best view of everyone in this field. He was talking to us earlier and told us about the 3 wide moment in turns 1 and 2 on the white flag lap that's on the field. He got set for a restart late in the going. Forrester, Stepien, and Peel had made it 3 wide, and Peel was able to skirt on by, pulled away into the end, and that's how he won the championship back in Season 6. Forrester hoping that this time around will be much different, but this time in favor of him. He's searching for his first, so is Stepien and Curtis. Lawson searching for his 3rd. It is the finalization of a 4-year history. The Sunoco Cup Series comes to an end tonight. How will the championship be settled? Off turn 4. Pace car down with Forrester and Stepien greeting the green flag for the final time. Let's go championship racing.
Stepien's going to be rolling up on that outside lane. Got a shove for 33. Stephen Harlow to his inside. Forrester. Well, watch him right here going through 1 and 2 as they thunder going through 1 and 2. Stepien a little bit loose up on the top side. Forrester and Stepien side by side as they work their way to turn 3.
Even for about 3 rows into the 3rd corner. Forrester noses out ahead. He may have the advantage as they come out of turn 4 to complete the opening lap. And what a thunderous start by the field. Side by side for the championship and race lead. Top 3 in the championship. 1, 2, 3. Back to turn 1.
But now Muscarella, he's going to try to spoil that party in the 48. Throwing it back to Jimmy Johnson on the inside lane. Curtis Kelly up top. Stephen Harlow trying to roll right behind him. Harlow gets big time loose. Shane White going to take it up on the outside. Forrester still leads going into 3.
Well, you've got long corners here at Homestead. As soon as you roll into the throttle, you go past those seams. This car wants to step out all over the place. The look on board from Harlow, sitting 5th.
You see right there riding on board with Harlow, maybe thinking about trying to follow. Muscarella's thinking. Herb has to check up right behind him. Almost got stacked up. Kip Easley goes way up on the top side. Here comes White on the outside trying to make a run. He'll fall back in line, literally all the way to Kip Easley. That's where you see them single file, but at that point, Easley and Herb, they're the side-by-side battle as the top 6 trying to be single file.
Kip Easley trying to get his way into the top 10. That white and black Chevrolet solo car on the inside. Everyone on the top side working with each other in the draft, and more guys going up high as Herb gets shuffled up there, backed up by Wyatt, and it just held up the entire outside lane of cars, bringing everyone about 11th on back into the picture. Chris Progar, Justin Hendry, Richard Swavely, and that all leads back to the man who started 20th. Lawson Peel has worked his way up to 15th place on these opening 4 laps. There he is all the way in the background, that white and black Chevrolet, working his way under James Kunkel as you get the look from Progar.
I would be really watching out for Lawson Peel right here. He can be able to get back up here, have a shot to race for a championship. Think back to 2016, folks, when Jimmy Johnson got busted for tech. Obviously, we know how Chad Canal says about wanting to get busted on that tech and everything else. But he had to start from the back, drove it all the way back to the front, and won the championship. So do not count out Lawson Peel, Grant. He's way back here, buried in the field. He's still got a shot to try to run for that championship. Still a long way to go. But Lawson Peel, he'll be there at the end.
You know, it's a double-edged sword in a sense as the battle for the race and championship lead heats up at the front. Stepien dives under Colin Forrester, and our first championship lead change happens on lap 6. Steven Stepien to the point.
Stepien, you got to see him right here, dives it down to the inside, gets a little run, maybe try to side draft a little bit right there on Forrester and try to pull him back. And yes, he did just a little bit, but straight up sends it. Maybe Forrester wanting him to go ahead, go up there and burn his stuff up, and he'll catch it later on down the road, or maybe not. Just try to worry him to death and maybe try to make him screw up. I mean, these drivers, I mean, obviously, Kenneth, every single one of them's got a different mentality when they come into these races. Some of them want to pull the intimidator button. Others just want to sit there and ride and just wait on somebody to screw up.
What they do understand, though, it's a long race. So if there's any indication that Colin Forrester, you know, gets passed for the race lead, he's not hitting the big red button just yet. This race is far from over. Our first stage ends, by the way, at lap 80, so that'll be about a fuel run or so. If we do stay green, Forrester, as he hangs back in the draft, will settle in second. He's got his teammate Curtis Kelly behind, so as long as Muscarella doesn't make inroads, Fast Banana could keep control of second and third without a problem. A look at our race analysis again on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. 80 and 160 is how we split our stages tonight from Homestead, and the points don't matter, Jake, which is how we treat this Championship 4 finale differently than we do the rest of the playoffs. I think all postseason long, we've talked about how much points matter, how much stage points matters for these guys, but you go into this finale as in the Championship 4, it's not about how many points you gain, it's not about how many stages you could win, it's about finishing first in front of the other 4.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing about it, is I'm watching a lot of action back here in the back. Stephen Harlow back here battling with White Brackett back here. Shane White right there in the middle of that, as well as Justin Hendry. All these guys, maybe, I mean, honestly, I think they're actually trying to steal the show up here. Stepien may be trying to run away with this thing, Forrester and Curtis Kelly up here, but all this is really going on in front of Lawson Peel. With all this battling going on, they ain't worried about a championship. They're wanting to try to do good for their sponsors, do good for themselves here in the final race for the Sunoco Cup Series. As there you see Shane White gets a little bit loose right there behind Henry. Big stack up on the outside as everybody trying to shoot away.
A huge bobble down the back straightaway for the rookie Wyatt. He'll be on the outside nearly 3 wide at the entry of turn 3, and that's where Lawson Peel joins the stage from the left side of the screen. Boy, Peel probably not liking to see a bit of the 3 wide action, but the mid pack giving us some stellar racing early on in stage number 1. And you brought up that point, Jake, about Jimmy Johnson in that fight in 2016 where he had a pre-race tech penalty where he had to start at the very back of the field. He was talking to the NBC Sports crew right before the Phoenix Championship race this afternoon, and he told them that it was the most fun he's ever had in a race car. So take it as a double-edged sword. You start at the way at the back, but you can have a lot of fun moving your way through the field. And if there's one thing we know about Lawson Peel, is that he is definitely up for the challenge and something that he can do. He said going into Homestead 2 weeks ago at Las Vegas, he said he was a little too overconfident last year. Probably felt that he was the deserving driver to win. Couldn't account for how strong the other 3 championship competitors are. I'd say this time around, he's altered his approach. He understands the assignment, and he's worked his way up tonight.
Yeah, and obviously, I'm sure he's having a ball doing it, and I'll touch on the Jimmy Johnson deal with, that was the most fun he's had. I mean, honestly, I got to give a huge shout out to my idol, Dale Earnhardt Jr. He never wanted to start up front. He always wanted to start the back. That's why they had to put Wilson the volleyball in there so he'd have somebody to talk to because, passing cars was more fun. So maybe that's what Lawson's thinking, obviously, here tonight. I mean, obviously, you would want to start towards the front and less work for you to have to deal with. But, he wants to come out here and he wants to have a little bit of fun, which is why we do this. Honestly, Kent, that's why these guys love it right here. Obviously, they want to have fun. So maybe that's the mindset for Lawson Peel, who didn't even put down a qualifying time, mind you, starting back there in 20th. He's already halfway up. He's got 8 more spots to go.
Has a lot of ground to make up still, but he's watching the battle for the lead heat up again. Colin Forrester takes a look at the inside, and he's got it. Championship lead changed again. Stepien has a chance to respond at the exit of 2, and you were looking at Alex Muscarella, that silver and black Chevrolet, sitting 3rd in line. He worked his way past Curtis Kelly for 3rd, now lurking on to 2nd. He's one of those non-championship Ford competitors, but he is a member of Dropping the Hammer Racing, so he can play a role into how the others react around him and what he can do to stall the traffic behind. The onboard look from Kelly sitting 4th.
There he is sitting there right behind Muscarella. He's basically the meat and the playoff sandwich right here. Kelly tries to come up and gives him a little shove, but don't look now. Watch your outside. Here comes Justin Erb, and that number 20 started 8th. He's trying to get up here and mix it up with these guys. The rookie Shane White back there trying to get some lost ground that he had lost. Henry up here with Harlow, Lawson Peel up here in this mix as well. Everybody's searching on that bottom side, but I'll be honest with you, Kenneth, I will expect to see more drivers starting to work their way to the top side of the racetrack that you're going to see where Shane White is at this moment. You're going to see more guys want to migrate up to that top side, get those runs, and to be able to dive it back down to the inside. You're going to see that later on as this run goes along.
What you said just worked out in practice for Curtis Kelly, right? Just used that middle lane, got around Alex Muscarella, just powering around the outside. How does Muscarella respond? Well, he uses the wall in 3 and 4. So he's already trying to experiment with the higher line. We had a car sideways down the front straightaway and spinning. Wyatt Brackett collects Chris Progar and others. They're all sideways near the wall, but they're going to save it. And we are going to escape our first caution. Never mind. Yellow is out for the first time, lap 17.
You're going to see it right there. There goes Brackett right there in the 30. Just kind of steps out on him just a little bit right here on this outside lane. Back in, steps out, and then he's just along for the ride, just trying to save it. Kunkel and them was able to slide by it, but everybody else trying to duck, dodge, trying to do the 5Ds of dodgeball is what they was trying to do, Kenneth, but they just wasn't able to pull it off. You saw Brackett right there slide Reedy all the way down. I mean, you can go all the way down there. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't going to get penalized. He went all the way down, but unfortunately for Brackett, he's got some left rear damage. And another driver that was involved in that, I'm trying to look and see exactly who it was. I believe it was the 19 that got involved. They didn't know it was the 7 who was involved. Unfortunately, it was Chris Progar that got kind of shoved right into it from the 19 of Brad Fulham. So unfortunate to see that for those guys right there, but it does bring out the very first caution. It's going to throw a little bit of different strategy right here for some of these guys with all those tires.
Yep, the pair Fast Banana Toyotas got sideways off 4. We were talking about how slick the race cars still are at this track temp. Well, it looks like Brackett was the victim of that. Still has a bit of left rear damage. Him and Chris Progar, along with basically the entire field, are in this time by. We expected that we would go at least 1 fuel run if the race had stayed green until about lap 45 when pit road strategy would kick in. Not this time. The entire field is in after the first caution. They'll probably take the first of the 7 tire sets they have available in the pits. Lawson Peel is in. The other Championship 4 drivers follow in boxes 1, 2, and 3. Who gets out of pit road first?
You see everybody get the right sides jacked up, and they'll go to the left sides, get them jacked up. Looks like Forrester is going to beat them all off of pit road. Stepien actually still on pit road. Kelly is going to be able to beat him off. And now Stepien way back here had a couple of others that was able to jump by him. Reedy, one of those drivers that was able to get around him. So Stepien, a little bit of a long stop, but Forrester and them, I'm not 100% right here. Maybe they took 2 tires right here. I'm not 100%. I don't know why. If they took 2 tires, I don't know why they would. But just how everything was sitting right there, unless Stepien slid through his box, I'm looking. No, I mean, he didn't slide through his box right here. If you see right here, Forrester actually the car didn't even go up on jack stands right here. Looked like he just took only fuel only, and looks exactly that's exactly what Curtis Kelly did as well.
Yeah, the 2 Fast Banana cars in the Championship 4 electing fuel only. They don't believe they will use the tires this time. That's why Stepien took a little longer. He took all 4 Goodyear Eagles on that Chevrolet, along with basically everyone else, Lawson Peel included. So that's an alternate strategy we gotta watch for the first time. I don't think we would have expected, Jake, to see this amount of strategy early on. I mean, are you surprised to see Forrester and Kelly try this so early?
Yeah. Very much, honestly, because of how this place is, just how the track surface is and everything else. I mean, I'm very, very surprised to see this right here, because I got a feeling Stepien on those fresh tires, he's going to shoot around both of these guys. Reedy, in the situation he was in, you know damn well that he only took gas and not tires as well. So Stepien, he's going to blow by every single one of these guys, and he's going to have a stranglehold right here on this stage. But I mean, we'll see how this works out. I mean, Forrester and Kelly, I hope they were saving their tires right here, because Stepien, he's on freshies, as I would say, kid. He's going to be able to blow right by them right here.
So your top 3, all of them not taking tires on the recent pit stop. Everyone else behind, 4 fresh Goodyear Eagles. So it's all on how Fast Banana responds, if they get swallowed up by the pack, or if they anticipate another yellow coming out to give them the upper hand. Pace cars down. Let's see what the Toyotas do on strategy. Green flag in the air. First restart of the championship finale from Homestead.
Forster's going to get away with a fantastic jump. Curtis Kelly absolutely missed him by a mile on that restart. Reedy down on the bottom side. Stepien trying to go all the way up to the top side. Maybe try to get a run. He's got Irv right behind him. Here comes Stepien. He's got that run. Is he going to take it 3 wide? No, he's actually going to stay right in behind Curtis Kelly. Give him a bump draft going into turn 3.
He'll take the high line. Stepien may blow by these guys like they're standing still, but he stays there off turn 4. He'll get the run this time by. Side by side for second. Stepien nowhere to go but to fill the space up high. And Forster continues to lead, but the question is, how long does that last? Stepien is washing up mid-corner just to try something. He'll beat Austin Reedy off turn 2, and he'll hip check the 96 off the corner.
Little bit of door banging right there between Stepien and Reedy, and now Stepien's going to be able to shoot by. Here he goes down to the inside, trying to see if he can take the lead, or actually take second over Kelly. Kelly thinking different. Kelly thinking about going for the lead. He's going to slide way out wide. Muscarella coming with a full head of steam on the outside, trying to spoil the party for these 3 guys up here running for the championship. Muscarella's in the fence in the 48, but able to unlodge it from the wall. You don't see that very often. Muscarella able to save it right there through 1 and 2.
Muscarella watching Stepien and saying, why are you not going? He wants to run up high and get the race lead himself, but Stepien is looking for the more methodical approach. Muscarella is hanging off the boards here at Homestead. The onboard look from his Chevrolet as he rides forth.
You see Muscarella trying to see if he can get the draft. Which one is he going to go with? He's going to go with Kelly. Stepien keeping it down the inside. Forster just looking back in his mirror, watching all this fighting take place. Now Kelly, he's going to get the run. Where's he going to go with it? Is Forster going to put the block? No, he is not. Here comes Curtis Kelly for the lead going into turn 3 at Homestead.
The battle for the championship lead heating up. Remember, your top 2 did not take tires on the strategy, only fuel, and Stepien hangs back. Curtis Kelly off turn 4 takes the championship lead at Homestead. 24 laps in the books. Forrester will hang on for second, and it's all on what Stepien can do. But I'm noticing, Jake, no real push from car number 88. He's not forcing the issue where he needs to. He's got obviously 6 lap better tires, or rather 18 or so lap better tires, but it's on how he can anticipate this to move forward. You probably have the confidence that he can get by these guys as the run progresses, while his teammate Alex Muscarella says, I want to go right here and right now. Battle for third. Muscarella beats him to turn 1.
Yeah, Muscarella, he ain't waiting anymore. Goes all the way to the top side, rides it up, pulling a Kyle Larson line. You see Reedy back there trying to pull that Kyle Larson line. White back there trying to run that outside lane as well. Stampian, very conservative. Muscarella, he damn sure ain't. Sends it on the inside, shoots around Forrester. Now he's going to shoot to the inside, maybe have a shot at Curtis Kelly. Muscarella, he don't care. He ain't running for a championship, but he wants to win. He wants to get the final win for the Sunoco Cup Series. Even though it's early, he's showing that he's very strong up there.
Alex Muscarella to the race lead. Another new lead change here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The battle for second continues. Kelly not giving this one up on the high side. He'll get shut down by the Cobalt Chevrolet on the back straightaway, but Kelly in control of the championship lead. Now watch as Muscarella runs the high side. His last lap ticked in at 32.777, while Kelly and Forrester run 33.3s. Steven Stempian has been staying in the same ballpark, 33.2. So while he does have the fresh tires, Jake, he's saving for the run that's upcoming.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very good call right there for Stempian to be able to pull that off. Muscarella, like I said, he don't care. He's trying to check out. He's trying to get gone. We got a little battle back here for that 5th spot. That's Shane White, Austin Reedy back here battling it out. There comes Lawson Peel in that number 12. I told you, better watch out for him. He'll have something to say about all this when the time is there. Right on the inside, Justin Erb. Right behind him, Kip Easley trying to figure out where he wants to go. Peel sends it on the inside. He's going to follow Shane White. Reedy all the way up top, running the Larson line.
Almost several cars, 3 or 4, maybe 5 cars that are running all the way at the high side there in 1 and 2. It's a strategy that can work off the corner, but lots of drivers complain that you burn off the right rear tire if you stay up there a little too long. But obviously not the concern for Reedy, who has nothing to lose in this championship finale. He was here 1 season ago fighting for a Sunoco Cup Series title. It did not go his way. So on the other end of the spectrum, he's just doing what he can to ensure that his teammates have a successful championship finale and that he can run as good of a race as he can. Reedy is still one of the best drivers in Sunoco Cup Series history. He's been around for a while, and also one of the biggest movers tonight. We were talking about how much progression Peel has made through the race, plus 13. Well, it's a change of plus 15 for Austin Reedy, who rolled off on the grid in 21st. Continues on the battle with Lawson Peel down low. He follows in the train tracks of Shane Wyatt. 27 car up the road. This battle for 6th continues back to turn 1.
And you know, one thing about what you said, Kid, you know, some of these guys, they ain't got nothing to lose. That may end up scaring some of the championship 4. I don't think it would, but it's a good possibility. It may scare them just a little bit and just how some of the driving is. There you see Richard Swaveley way sideways coming off of turn 2. But that's one of the things we're really going to have to watch out for. You saw Muscarella. He didn't care. Just shot right around every single one of them. He's got nothing to lose. Obviously, Reedy's got nothing to lose. Erb's got nothing to lose. All these guys that's not in that championship 4 have nothing to lose going into this race here tonight. There you see Shane White trying to shoot himself around Forrester right here as well. These guys, like I said, like you said, nothing to lose. These championship 4, they're going to have to watch out for that here this evening.
So it's Muscarella, the race leader. Curtis Kelly back in 2nd. He's in control of the championship lead. Steven Stempian just got by Colin Forrester. We were mentioning how Stempian was on this save strategy, but he's saving no more. He'll go to the inside of the 5-Hour Energy Toyota Camry into turn 1. Steven Stempian to the championship lead once again.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, those 4 fresh tires right there, Kenneth, is really starting to pay off right here. You see Forrester slipping back, Kelly slipping back. Kelly trying to get a run on the outside, maybe try to dive it to the inside, thought about it, thought different, and fall back in line. And this is where Stempian's going to open up that gap. Granted, there will be a caution at lap 80, and then everybody's just going to be probably right back on the same strategy that they was. But Stempian trying to get up here, show his force, and maybe try to scare these guys a little bit, showing them that he's got something. Peel, on the other hand, is really starting to scare these guys from 20th up here inside the top 5 as he's battling right now with Shane White for that 5th spot. Is now Forrester trying to take a shot at Curtis Kelly.
You know, a joke that Bradley and I have done over the course of this season is that whenever you see Lawson Peel cut through the field, you slowly start to hear in the distance the theme of Jaws. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Lawson Peel, every time he crunches through the field, he's always a looming threat. He's like Jaws. He pulls up on you until then it's too late for you to react, and he snatches you when it matters most. That's where Peel is right now, sitting 5th. He's in the fight with Curtis Kelly. It's 3 cars lined nose to tail on the high side. Forrester, Kelly, and Shane White. So they're beating Peel off the corner. But it's, again, about the fresh tire advantage that Peel has alongside Steven Stepien and the race leader, Alex Muscarella. Peel will take over 3rd in the championship, while Muscarella looks behind and enjoys the view. 1.1 seconds on his cruise through Homestead as Steven Stepien, his teammate, continues his championship charge. Well, we were talking to Steven 2 weeks ago at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, and his biggest idea, his biggest mission was to finish top 3 in all of the stages, get enough points to lock into the championship round. And Jake, with the championship format we have, to which you have 2 race playoff rounds, Stepien was not a winner at Talladega. He did not win at Las Vegas, but pointing his way in is more than enough consistency-wise. So even with the momentum going to a Colin Forrester or a Lawson Peel, Stepien remains in that confident approach to get the points necessary, and while it isn't necessary to win the title tonight, he's using this strategy to help him stay in control of the championship fight right now.
Well, Kenneth, I mean, honestly, that's kind of honestly, I know he's from Boston, way up north, but still, I think he's got that redneck mentality, honestly, if you want to put it that way. It don't matter how you get there, just get there. And that's exactly what Stepien did. I mean, he pointed his way all the way through it, got himself in this position, and now he's obviously one of them that has that experience. He's trying to show it here tonight as you're riding on board. Lawson Peel back there, he's actually trying to take a little shot right here. Forrester, they're going to door bang coming off of turn 2. Peel on the inside, Forrester up top. Peel on those fresh tires, Forrester on the old set of tires. And I'm going to tell you right now, Curtis Kelly has fell back tremendously. He is almost, actually, yes, outside of the top 10 right now for Curtis Kelly, one of your championship 4. He has fell out big time.
He was hanging on by a thread, and it is snipped at this portion of the run, while Forrester stays put in this battle for 3rd place with Lawson Peel. There's Curtis Kelly mired back in traffic. The onboard look with the 5-Hour Energy Toyota Camry as he sits behind the league owner, Dakota Curtis. And then the battle up front for 9th, Justin Hendry and Richard Swavely in a group of about 5 or so cars that includes Kelly. But this is danger if you're Curtis Kelly here, Jake, because now this run will progress, and as long as it stays green, you won't have the chance to pit. You may have to pit under green and go a lap down.
Yeah, that's going to be very, very detrimental to what he's trying to accomplish tonight, which is obviously win the Cup Series, the Sunoco Cup Series championship as well. Dakota Curtis getting a little bit of contact right there. Well, I believe that was Swavely. Yes, it was, but they're going to keep it straightened out. No caution on the speedway, but Curtis just had a run. Got right up in behind Swavely, hit him in the left rear, almost hooked him down to the inside of the racetrack. You see it once again right there. There's Curtis, Hendry right there. Here's Swavely right here, riding right here in this area. I'm not sure if Swavely got a little bit tight, was going to come up hit the wall. Yeah, I think he might have checked up a little bit, was afraid he was going to hit the wall. And Dakota Curtis just absolutely nowhere to go. Hits him in the left rear, but thankfully everybody keeps it clean, I guess you could say, or at least as clean as they could right there.
Well, first of all, give credit to Richard Swavely on a whale of a save down the back straightaway. That's a car that can easily unravel out of control. And Swavely, who is a former Championship 4 competitor from many seasons ago, continues his place in 12th. So I don't know if there's going to be payback here on Curtis, but Curtis did chirp over the radio and said, "I'm sorry." He apologized for the incident, no intention there, but he may just ship Curtis Kelly on the inside of 1 and 2 this time by. Swavely charges back to the inside, and what a battle this is building up for 10th. This is for stage points halfway through in the opening sector of this race, and it's almost 3 wide as Kelly continues his downward trend. He's in the wall, he catches Curtis, and on by is Brandon Banks, the Chevrolet down low.
You know, and I was just fixing to say maybe Dakota Curtis and Swavely, maybe, I mean, you know, have we got beef? But apparently they may not. But I'll say this, Curtis Kelly may have beef with himself for not taking those tires off that last caution right now, as he is just dropping like a rock all the way back to 12th spot. Check out Muscarella up here. This lead has dwindled big time. Stepien has ran down Muscarella, and Lawson Peel right behind them, not too far back, give or take about a half a second back from this battle. Stepien taking it down to the inside. Muscarella maybe running up top. Maybe some team orders right here to maybe hold off Lawson Peel early right here in stage number 1.
Well, Alex Muscarella has had the situation bite him quite a bit. He used up his tires to move up through the field, take the lead, but now he's starting to reach the cliff as he runs the high side. Stepien, who's been faithful to the white line down low, has been faster over the run. Stepien back to the race lead, hit Homestead-Miami Speedway midway through stage number 1. Muscarella now, his possible chance is to attack on Lawson Peel, make sure that the Columbus, Mississippi native does not get by. But Jake Reeves, what a story for Steven Stepien, apart from the fact that he's been able to consistently point his way into this round in the championship 4 after the win at Daytona that clinched him into these very playoffs in season 7. He tore his Achilles. He had to spend a ton of weeks repairing it, getting it ready, rehabbing, getting that muscle back to shape, and dealing with excruciating pain. There were countless races where he would put in laps in practice, and then he would think to himself, this is too much for me to bear. He would quit the race, or he would just quit it altogether in the practice session. Many a time where he had to struggle to even get in the sim rig and put on some competitive laps. But as the months progressed, Stepien has worked his way back, has found his prime through the midway portion of the regular season, and here he is now in the championship and race lead here at Homestead.
Absolutely, Kent. I mean, that's just literally fighting adversity. Not only on the track, but off the track. It's one of those times when you got to fight that adversity. And Steven Stepien has absolutely pulled it off, getting himself into this championship, running for a championship, and not only just running in it, he's up here leading. Literally, not just trying to lead the first 4 or the 4 drivers, you know, the other 3. He's up here leading the race. So that's obviously big for Steven Stepien. Obviously, we talked about it, didn't win, had to point his way to get in. All that's happened to him this year. It would literally be a heartwarming story. It'd be like Martin Truex Jr. starting on the pole at Phoenix, which that was heartwarming for me to be a big fan of Truex for so many years. It would be a heartwarming story. It already is. With Stepien up here leading after everything that he's been through, it would be perfect if Steven Stepien could close this sucker out here tonight in the final season for Sunoco Cup Series and win the championship. It would be storybook.
It would be wonderful if Stepien can cap off this chapter of his sim racing career. A bit over 24 years he's spent on the sim, so he has dealt with multiple generations of race cars, generations of race car drivers in the sim, several different games from the old NR days up to iRacing and what it is in 2024. Stepien has endured a ton. You're looking on board with Brandon Banks, who has made his way through the field. What a drive it's been for Banks here, who started 22nd, much like Reedy and Peel, just sort of getting up through consistently, not being that outstanding, but just working his way methodically. And as he worked his way middle 3 wide between Richard Swavely and Justin Hendry, looked almost casual, business if you will, down the back straightaway. And all of a sudden, he's up to position number 8. So keep an eye on Banks. He's searching for his first Sunoco win since Dover last season. Boy, it's been a little while since we've seen Banks in victory lane here.
Yeah, we really need to be watching out for Banks, see how that ends up working out for him. Like you said, started 22nd, he's up to 8th. You better watch this right here. This is when it's going to get good right here. This is what it's all about. The big dogs up here, Stepien, the experience. Peel got experience. Peel down to the inside, Lawson Peel from 20th, starting in the back shades of, like I said, Jimmy Johnson, all the way from the back to the front. Lawson Peel leads not only the race, but the championship 4.
Slow and steady wins this fight for now. Lawson Peel, the new championship leader from Homestead-Miami Speedway. Steven Stepien will hang back and probably will go away, at least fighting. He'll go to the inside in 3 and 4, trying something of note, but Lawson Peel from nearly the back of the field takes the top spot with 30 laps to go in stage 1. And Stepien is not done yet.
Stepien trying to see if he can charge up something. I mean, just anything right here. Mount a run, charge up something, do whatever he can. Maybe try to get the draft and be able to get back around Lawson Pill. Obviously, stage points to these guys does not matter, but it does carry momentum, Kenneth. It can carry momentum. As you see Stepien looking down to the inside, Pill trying to pinch him down, thinks better, jumps back up. Obviously, momentum, confidence, getting up here, winning stage 1. Stepien does not want Peel to win this stage 1 because obviously starting at the back, finishing up front, that is going to be confidence for Peel, and it will show to the other 3 that Peel come to play here tonight.
And it will give him the advantage on strategy. Obviously, he will be the track position leader, so he will have one of the better exits off pit road. Stepien is giving him all that he's got in 3 and 4. He's pointing his nose down low. It's what's helped him get position before. He's there. Championship lead battle ongoing back to turn 1, but Peel is not going to let him have it.
Well, I'll say this, Kenneth. I mean, you see it right there on the back of Lawson Peel's car right there going for 3. I think that might have sparked just a little bit of a fire right there for Stepien to see that going for 3 back there. He wants to be able to spoil that party, taking shots, looking down to the inside. Peel tries to cut him off. He's not going to be able to do it. Stepien goes to the inside. Steven Stepien trying to get it done on this inside lane, side by side at the line. Peel's going to lead it that time. Will Stepien be able to lead it this time? He's going to look real good down on that inside lane.
And Peel, who's been using the inside for most of the race, will go all the way near the boards to play a little defense. This time on Stepien, it works. He'll clear Stepien down the back straightaway, and Lawson Peel plays it well, holds on to the spot, 55 laps in. But how many times have we seen this before? These two going at it week by week. And after the departure of Mario Miranda, who had been Lawson Peel's biggest rival up until the midway portion of the season, and then he left, announced his departure from Sunoco Cup action. The man who took the challenge was Steven Stepien, and ever since we've seen races where it's come down to these two, from the stages to the checkered flag. But Lawson Peel, for now, wins this fight and will stay up front with under 30 laps to go in the opening stage. How about the battle for P10? Chuck Stevens from the very back of the field, working his way up to 10th place over Swavely and Dakota Curtis.
That is a hell of a drive right there by Chuck Stevens. Going to keep it down on that inside, maybe try to get a run and shoot up here, get around Austin Reedy. The battle behind them, Swavely and Curtis. We talked about it, had a little bit of beef right there coming off of turn 2. They just cannot get away from one another. They are like literally attached to one another. Curtis and Swavely just absolutely throwing haymakers back here in the back. And now Curtis, he might have threw just a little bit too hard, might have threw his shoulder out, throws it right up in the fence. Now, here comes Hendry, here comes Reeves, both of them trying to make a run right here on Dakota Curtis in the close to the closing laps, I guess you could say, with right here about 20 to go right here in stage 1.
Just looks like those three in Curtis, Hendry, and Reeves, all of them reliving some memories as they continue to battle. Maybe some memories of years back as Colin Forrester prays on Alex Muscarella. The downfall for Muscarella continues here on strategy. After using his tires, he's now a little bit slower than the oldest tire car in the field that's not named Curtis Kelly. So Forrester down to the inside. Muscarella grabs a bit of the outside wall, and Forrester says, just like JID, dance now. He'll be on the inside looking for the run off turn 4, and it won't work this time by. But we can already tell, Jake, just how drastically the field has separated over this strategy, even over the on-par tire group that was comprised of everyone fourth on back. They're not congregated for the most part. They've separated with about 20 laps to go in this stage. Homestead is not the easiest place in the world as Forster tries again on Muscarella, and Stepien continues to mount the pressure on the Championship 4 leader, Lawson Peel.
You know, and Kenneth, I'll piggyback off that because this place right here, this place ain't for boys right here to race here. This is for grown men to race here at Homestead. That's just how this place is. You got to be able to be careful. You got to be able to be methodical. As some drivers would say, you never would have thought a redneck would have said methodical. But anyway, That's what you got to be here. You got to be able to save your stuff and be there at the end. You see Stepien, he's tried to save. Peel saved. All of them up here battling it out. Harlow, how about Stephen Harlow up here? Obviously started in the 4th spot. He has been very, very quiet right here in this race so far, coming to the end of stage number 1. But I will say this, you talked about Muscarella slipping back, burning his tires up, getting up there at the front. I would be watching that 48. He's going to play a factor in the end of this thing with him and Steven Stepien. I got a feeling Muscarella is going to play a factor in this whole thing when it's all said and done.
Well, there will be a different strategy at play, so if a caution does come out, Muscarella could try some funny business, and like we were talking about earlier, could play a factor into the championship 4 as it stands if it does mean helping his teammate. Great point on Stephen Harlow there, who, as of the last 3 races, has not finished outside of the podium. And as we look at 1, 2, 3 right now, that's the exact same finishing order from 2 weeks ago at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Stephen Harlow just happy to be here in his rookie campaign as Stepien dials up the inside on Lawson Peel. That's another change. Stepien back to the point with 18 to go in stage 1, and here comes Peel.
Kenneth, I'm going to tell you right now, if this is what we're going to see right here with 10 to go later on this evening, we are in for a treat. Peel trying to work the outsides, going to get a run, got a little bit loose, but he's going to carry some momentum back to the inside. Both of them flexing their muscles, Stepien and Peel, that is. Peel back down to the inside. Stepien maybe trying to pull the crossover, thinks different of it. It just as Stepien had the lead, Peel just runs up there and just absolutely takes it from him.
These are 2 of the best going at it at Homestead for the lead. We had an almost caution involving Alex Muscarella, and Brandon Banks will get to that later, but the onboard look from Peel shows a mirror full of the DTH 88 Chevrolet. He's not giving this up. They are about 3.5 seconds above Stephen Harlow, who sits in 3rd place, so the gap continues to grow. Stepien mounting the charge again. Secondary attempt in 3 and 4, successful, but will Peel perform the crossover? He'll stick his nose up high. Peel leads to the stripe with 14 laps to go in the stage.
He's trying to roll with that air bubble up there on the top side. It paid off for him. Now Stepien back down to the inside. Peel trying to work that top side, carry that momentum. Obviously, outside, you're going to burn your tires up a little bit more. Stepien may be trying to do that. Maybe try to get him to burn off that right rear a little bit more, get him a little bit loose, and then that way you ain't got to worry about it. But this is literally a heavyweight title fight that you see with Stepien. Able to get up just a little bit. Now Peel going to fight back hard on the outside. Great racing, hard racing and clean racing right here between Peel and Stepien. Now Stepien thinks different. He's going to go to the top side. Peel's going to take the bottom side.
We saw what Peel did, and before the entry of turn 1, he swapped in front of the nose of the 88 car to give him a bit of dirty air. That aero wash going into the corner and pushed Stepien up high to the 20 degrees of banking, and it forced him out of the fight, but he'll try and dial his nose in through 3 and 4, where he bobbled the last time by to give Peel the race lead, and this time the Columbus, Mississippi native had the chance to pull away. Still in striking distance is Stepien, but for right now, Peel holds off the charge in masterclass fashion.
You're riding on board right here with Stepien, looking at Lawson Peel. Both of them running the exact same line through 1 and 2 after they just got through throwing haymakers at one another. By the way, they are gone from the rest of the field. I mean, Harlow's back 5 seconds back from this. Forrester, obviously, on that strategy that he was on, trying to save a set of tires. He's up there sitting in 4th right now. Shane White sitting in 5th. All this is going on 5 seconds behind this whale of a battle that you see right here between Lawson Peel and Steven Stepien. Now Peel shoots up to the outside. Stepien goes down to the inside. Are you not entertained, fans of the Sunoco Cup Series? This is what it's all about right here.
And this is only stage 1. Can you imagine what it's like lap 267? If these two are in this same position, and you're right, they are only pulling away from Stephen Harlow. The racing ideology is that you lose time if you go side by side, but these two are so fast, they continue to gap the rest of the field as they fight for this top spot. Hill has been a little more loyal to the high side. This is to get the run off turn 2. He'll engineer the boards on the outside wall, those black NASCAR logos that outline this Homestead-Miami Speedway. Use the run off the banking. He'll charge in the draft. Peek to the inside. Lawson Peel with the pivot for the championship lead again with 11, now 10 laps to go into the end of stage 1. Up next, Stepien and Peel remain door locked, and Stepien wins the fight off turn 4.
And I will say this right here, obviously there are 11 laps to go before this thing is all said and done, but don't look now. They are catching some lap traffic up in front of Steven Stepien. The first one's going to be Sean Callis. And Curtis Kelly, one of the drivers that's in the Championship 4, has slid all the way back to 16th as they are working their way into turn number 3. Stepien and Peel battling it out. They're just now going into turn 3. As there you see, I believe that was Fulham that he elected to go down pit road. This is going to get interesting right here with this lap traffic. And obviously Curtis Kelly up there not wanting to go a lap down.
And for Brad Fulham, he just absolutely sent it down pit road. That's an obvious black flag speeding penalty. Fulham may just call it quits in this race. Looks like he has put his car behind the wall as Stepien performs the AI crossover again. Heel taps the outside wall. And with 9 laps to go in stage 1, this is what we've got. A stellar battle for the championship and race lead as everyone continues to find themselves in the right place on strategy. Stepien wins the race off turn 4. Heel will push him down the front straightaway to the start-finish line. And what a fight we've seen so far from Homestead-Miami. Jake, is this the best championship racing you've seen?
Yes, honestly it has on iRacing. This is absolutely a heavyweight title fight like I talked about. Like Mr. Stepien said out there in the live chat, it's literally Ali and Fraser right here. I mean, you know, which one of them's going to get it done right here? You see Peel slide up. Both of them's got to be very, very careful, though. I've seen it numerous times with guys on the bottom try to slide up. Netcode can play a factor. You don't want to get yourself in one of those situations. So granted, they are up here racing and trying to flex a little bit of muscle. Granted, both of them trust one another very well, but you got to be careful and not end up having netcode determine your championship. I mean, good hard racing. They trust one another. They're doing a fantastic job. Just got to be careful. Don't want to slip, anything like that. It is still the first stage. Long, long way to go.
It only takes one mistake to take yourself out of this championship fight. And like you mentioned earlier, they are creeping on some lap traffic. It starts with Bill Schoonover, then Sean Kalis, and then, only then is when it gets up to Curtis Kelly, the last of the Championship 4 competitors. Kelly, the Canadian, did dodge a bullet a little bit by getting in front of those fellow cars up right there. Those two Chevrolets, as Stepien takes the lead again with 6 laps to go in the first stage. But with how fast these guys have been all night long, you could argue that despite Curtis Kelly's attempts at staying on the lead lap, it may not be fruitful, especially now that he may have a fight from Schoonover up the road. As they cross the start-finish line, it'll be 6, now 5 laps to go left in the opening stage. And Jake Reeves, Curtis Kelly, is in a heap of trouble. He's watching his teammate Colin Forster on an old set of tires hold on to 4th place while he is struggling to keep this car afloat all the way back in the mid-pack.
You know, honestly, I think maybe that's why Peel has actually slipped back a little bit and not really worried about wanting to battle Stepien right here. They both may be thinking, go ahead and try to trap Kelly 1 lap down right here, and then obviously he will not get the lucky dog if he's able to slip up here and get around the 9 of Schubiner, which is exactly what he is going to do. That's going to put Kelly in a big spot. He's going to have to get around that 9. If he does not get around that 9, hell, his race is over. He's got to make sure that he can get the lucky dog right here, because if he gets trapped 1 lap down, he's got to be praying for some cautions to get himself back into this, or his Championship 4 race is completely over with.
And it's not going to get easier because there's another lap car up the road, that bright red Toyota Camry that's getting past now. James Kunkel is in that lucky dog position at this juncture of the race. So not only does Kelly have to get by 2 or so cars, he's got to get by the 45 of Kunkel if he still wants a shot at not getting trapped 1 lap behind the leaders. He is struggling to keep his Toyota Camry right on the racetrack. He's been running up high, but the car continues to bobble and weave off the corner, and it has not been able to help. While Stepien, in the meantime, has been able to stretch his lead by at least half a second on Lawson Peel. So the pressure's gone for right now. And I'd say that's not necessarily confirmed between these two, given how it's gone. But Stepien on par to get another stage win in 2024. And I'm sure, Jake, that even though Lawson Peel is back in second, he's lucky to be in this spot. He's happy to be where he's at because he is still in contention. And the field will bunch up anyway, so he'll have a shot to get right back at Stepien once we get this restart.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously starting from the back of it, you talked about it being lucky just to be here because you never know what could happen, Kenneth, when you're all the way back there in the back as we're at 2 to go right here. You never know what could happen when you start that far back in the field. I mean, you know, you could have one guy slip where I already saw it a while ago. You know, when Brackett slipped just a little bit, got tagged in the back bumper. Maybe not. Thought it was going to calm down. Maybe not. Here comes Peel on the inside, Stepien up top. Peel trying to ride some momentum. Get up here and get him a stage win.
Well, it looks like for Peel, his distance to Steven Stepien just needed a couple laps to sort out. Lawson Peel back to the point. And back to the race lead. On the final lap of stage 1, can Stepien respond in the only way that Steven Stepien can, with a thunderous approach to the two-time Sunoco Cup champ? It's been a wonderful fight for the championship for all night long as the sun sets here at Homestead-Miami. Final chance for Stepien to do something in 3 and 4, but it looks like it is all Lawson Peel from 20th on the grid. Peel will take the first stage from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Looks like they may have threw the caution before it actually happened, or at least before they got to the line. Maybe there was a little bit of a miss somewhere on the track. I'm actually looking, and I can't really find out what it was, so maybe they just went ahead and threw the caution a little bit early right there. But, I mean, what a drive right there by Lawson Peel. Like I said, I mean, 20th to 1st right here. This has really got to start scaring Steven Stepien a little bit. It's got to scare Colin Forster a little bit. The big loser out of all this is Curtis Kelly. I mean, he is in absolute must luck. I mean, honestly, if he gets up there and he at least gets a top 5 out of this, he needs to go to his local gas station and buy a lottery ticket because he is in a bad spot right now. He's got to get some luck right here or he's over with.
Well, look, the first thing that we anticipate on this championship race is that we will see the best go at it, number 1. But number 2, a comeback could happen at any stage. Look at Justin Allgaier, all the things that he had to face on Saturday night with the Xfinity Series Championship, where it looked like his championship hopes were out of reach until it got to the end where he found himself in the right place and right time. There's still a lot of racing to go, so Curtis Kelly, as the 3rd car lap down on this yellow flag stint, could still get back in the fight. It will take a lot, though, if he wants to do it. One of the biggest movers, though, is Colin Forster, saving an extra set of tires, now burning his first set here. So, Jake, it'll give him an extra one if we are to end up in overtime or to end up in a situation where tires are necessary. Fight off pit road winner Lawson Peel, Stepien, Harlow, and Colin Forster, Shane White complete the rest of the top 5 from Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's been a great championship fight until now. It's Lawson Peel from 20th, working his way up through the field. More championship action for the Sunoco Cup Series. On the other side, you're watching the Sunoco Cup Series live on VSPEED.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller, yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There's only one fuel that can drive the performance you demand from your car. New 94 Octane, the highest octane on the market, only at Sunoco.
Back live from the virtual Homestead-Miami Speedway. Welcome back to coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series Season 7 finale on VSPEED. And we're so happy to have you join us. Our producer, Bradley Cooper, giving you all the visuals as Jake Reeves and I, Kenneth Bueno, continue to give you the action on the Speedway. It's been a wonderful fight. Lawson Field won the first stage. Him and Stepien were going blow for blow almost the entirety of the way. The entire field just came down pit road. Biggest storylines of the night, Peel and Stepien. Those are the men to watch. Colin Forrester burning his first set of Goodyear Eagles now on the most recent caution, and Curtis Kelly remains a lap down. He's in 15th. He has to beat Sean Kalis on the racetrack and pray for another yellow if he wants a shot at a lead lap spot. Well, let's do this all over again with everyone on par with strategy. Pace cars down, entry of pit road. The two Chevrolets of Peel and Stepien take us back to the green flag from Homestead-Miami. And Peel continues the solid jump to turn one. No push from Harlow as he's in the fight for second with Stepien into the first corner.
Stepien going to try to ride up on that top side, maybe try to straddle that seam and maybe get the back end to turn, get a run off the corner. Peel absolutely gone. Harlow trying to go for second. Watch out right behind him. Here comes the rookie, Shane White, up on the outside, shoots around Forrester. Stepien gets clear. White way up against the outside wall, sends it maybe a little bit too hard, almost into the wall.
Well, you send it a little too much, you find yourself in the barrier. Colin Forrester ends up moving his way by. We saw Shane Wyatt very loose in the last run, and somehow he is still wanting to rip the boards at Homestead-Miami. Sometimes you just never learn. It's fun to be up there. But Wyatt will get the run off turn two. He'll try on Forrester, who peeks to the inside. That's for third on Stephen Harlow. Remember, those Chevrolets had dominated the latter portion of the first stage. And watch this, almost three wide into turns 3 and 4.
Wyatt trying to get that run up there. Forrester able to slide down to the inside. Justin Erb not too far back from all this. Wyatt's going to come up, give a shove to Harlow. Forrester on the inside. Now White trying to maybe go back to that 3 wide on that outside lane. He loves it up there. He must love it. Now it's going to work out for him. Almost gets up into the fence. Harlow tries to come up. Not clear. White's going to try to battle it out for that 4th spot, but Forrester able to get clear and have 1, 2, 3 up here for the championship for 3 of them occupying the first 3 spots.
Good news for Colin Forrester there, Jake. We noted on the caution flag, he just burned his first set of tires while everyone else is on set number 2. So if there's any big winner on the first stage strategy, it is going to be Forrester there, who plateaued on his tires, let the main guys get ahead of him, but stayed in the top 5. Didn't allow himself to bleed off more time than necessary. And the Jacksonville, Florida native now all of a sudden has a shot to do something that we did not expect. Have an extra set of tires for the last portion of this race. If it comes down to it, Forrester will be at the beckoning call.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be big right there for Forrester. If he can be able to pull this off, I mean, hey, you never know. It just may be your night. You got to plan ahead for it. Shane White, he may be trying to plan ahead to get him a win here on his rookie campaign. There you see Forrester trying to get a shot on Stepien. Thinks about it, jumps low, jumps back up. Here comes White. White maybe thinking outside. Nope, he fooled everybody in the damn field. He's going to keep it on the inside. I thought he was going to go top like he has numerous times, but he kept it on the bottom side this time. And now the top 4 trying to separate themselves. As how about this right here for the boss man, Dakota Curtis has entered into the top 5 in the final season for the Sunoco Cup Series. Bittersweet moment right here to see the boss man up here running in 5th.
Started 18th, and there he is with this Logitech G Toyota Camry. This is similar to the paint scheme that Bubba Wallace ran earlier this afternoon in the season finale at Phoenix Raceway in the real-life NASCAR Cup Series. But like he told us in the pre-race interview, on the roof of the race car are pictured moments from the Sunoco Cup Series history. Over 50 of those pictures from across 2020 until 2024. So while the Curtis is staying with the Bubba Wallace colors tonight, he's got the memories of this series all across that top roof end of the race car. He's got the hefty challenge though from behind. Stephen Harlow giving him the shove down the back straightaway, and once more to the inside for 4th place.
43 and 33. Now Curtis all the way up on the top side. Reedy trying to roll that bottom side and follow Harlow. Right behind him, you got Henry, you got Irv, you got Kip Beasley, Dustin Reeves, all of them up here in this battle. But the fight is on big time now for that 4th spot as White trying to get up here and maybe challenge Forster and Harlow and Dakota Curtis. Both of them fighting it out right now for that 5th spot.
Just looks like all of a sudden this field has crunched up together. We didn't really expect to see this. We saw tons of separation in the opening stage, and all of a sudden we've got everyone together all in one. Shane White is giving the fight of his life from 4th place as Lawson Peel looks on back, and he is seeing a sea of race cars. He wants nothing to do with them because the championship competitors are right behind him. But if these guys continue to etch their way into the podium spot, Jake, I'd say that's considerable trouble if you're Steven Stempien and Colin Forster. They may deal with the front of this off of turn 2 because Forster is creeping up with Shane Wyatt right behind him, and Stempien will look for his own. The lunge in 3 for the race lead.
Stempien gonna go down to the inside. Peel up top. Forster not too far back. Curtis back there with White. They're trying to get the run, but Stempien showed the nose, got to the inside. Peel was able to get the run on the outside. We do want to mention one thing, that Curtis Kelly is actually in that free pass spot. So should all this chaos up there end up causing some kind of a caution, Curtis Kelly is going to get back on the lead lap. There you see him right there in the number 71 back there, kind of throwing it back. What is that, Eric Jones or Clip Boyer, however you want to look at it. But killer looking paint scheme right there for the 71. But he is in that lucky dog spot should a caution come out.
I think that's a concept paint scheme from, it was what, 2017, 2018? So either it was Eric Jones or Martin Truex Jr. Could have been either one of those that Kelly is taking the nods to there with that 5-hour energy Toyota Camry. Watch this. It's a 3-way battle for the championship lead. Lawson Peel stays up front, and there all of a sudden is Shane White. I mentioned it, the rookie driver, the Simrap Market Chevrolet, pushes up high. He wants 3rd, he wants 2nd, and Colin Forster says, no way, I'll go to the inside for 2nd place on Stempien.
And how about Dakota Curtis back there literally pulling a Ross Chastain, just bounces that sucker right off the wall and stays right with every, literally stays right with all of them. I mean, literally overdrives it, bounces it off the wall, keeps it in the gas, and stays right with these guys. Forster up here, he's not going to be able to hold down 3rd. White's going to get the run on the outside. Stempien just looking for any kind of hole, any kind of run he can get on Peel. He's going to get a little bit of run right here off of turn number 4. Looks back to the inside. Peel's going to have to give him the room. Stempien going for the lead once again on Lawson Peel.
Ding, ding, round 2. Let's do it all over again. Stempien back to the bottom, looking for the top spot while Peel stays up near the boards. It helped him in stage 1 to get the run off the corner, and it's going to help him now. Down the straightaway, contact between the leaders, and somehow they keep it straight. And that's exactly what we were talking about, Jake. Not getting too physical to the point of exhaustion or elimination. And they both survive. Peel will extend by at least 2 car lengths. And there's Shane Wyatt putting himself in the conversation. 3rd place on Forster, looking for 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, obviously you talked about it. Don't want to get too physical. A little bit of door banging ain't going to hurt nobody. But too much door banging can easily end up your night on the wrong end of the spectrum. Here comes White. Oh, big time slide right there. Just barely had enough of a hole to slide in between him and Stempien. Ran Forster as well. But now Forster back down to the inside. Curtis back there. He didn't bounce it off the wall that time. He was able to keep it straight. But Forster trying to work this inside lane. Shane White is basically being a nemesis to him right now. Nuisance, if you will. Wanting to get up here and battle with these other guys that he's trying to race for a championship. But Shane White just will not go away. The rookie is just hounding at him right now.
All right, there is the hope, though, that over the course of the run, as long as Shane Wyatt holds up high, his tires are going to go away as a result. So then he'll fall back, and then he won't have a chance to fight with Forster, nor Stempien, nor Lawson Peel. He's going to stay in front of Colin Forster, though, which may be bad news there for the Florida native, just because B. Myers in the dirty air of Shane Wyatt. That's another car you have to get through, and you don't want to put yourself in a buffer between you and the rest of the guys you have to beat in that championship for competition stage. The battle for 8th, Justin Erb, Justin Hendry, and then Stephen Harlow, Dakota Curtis, 6th and 7th. Those are the battles currently ongoing. 100 laps in. Remember, we are going to go another 60 until we end stage 2. So this one, it appears, Jake, going a little faster than we thought it would go, especially considering how stage 1 went. The onboard look from Harlow sitting P6 in defense.
Curtis is going to try to take it on the top side now. Reedy up here in front of these guys. He's going to try to roll that top side as well. Forrester down on the inside, able to see if White maybe burned his tires up a little bit, but he's going to get that run back on the outside lane. Now Curtis, he's going to take a shot at Harlow, but White's still up here trying to work this top side lane. Forrester's going to get a shot. Stepien may get another shot coming off of turn 4 for the race lead, but he thinks different. No, he will not. He'll take a shot. Gets the draft down to the inside. Stepien is going to be clear, all clear if he slides up, but Peel is going to try to get the run off the top.
Those Camaro eyes are hunting, and Stepien takes the lead, but not before Peel can respond with a crossover in turn 3. This battle far from over in this championship. While Wyatt and Forrester tried to settle it for 3rd, Stepien again the crossover out of 4, but unsuccessful. And Lawson Peel maintains control from Homestead again with 58 laps to go in the stage. This is exhilarating from Homestead.
And honestly, right now, I think Stepien and Peel may be trying to figure out something for later on in the race is what they're trying to work on. Shane Wyatt, he may be trying to think of different things, possibly just try to shoot up here, get the lead. He thinks different. He'll fall right back in line behind Stepien. Forrester, on the other hand, needs to get around Wyatt and maybe get up here and try some things for later on in the race as well. But I think these moves with Stepien and Peel, they're just trying to see what can work and what will not work for later on should they be in this position, which I got a feeling, honestly, Kenneth, they're going to be in this position come 10 laps to go when this thing's all said and done.
But again, just like last year, it came down to a green-white checkered attempt. It could very well be the same, and you never know. Guys like Colin Forrester could be in the fight and make that 3-wide happen again between those 3 and take away the championship lead. But if it does come down to the way this is going, I mean, it's going to look like Peel and Stepien right now. Wyatt continues his fight up high, while Forrester maintains down low. So they'll be door-to-door at the entry of turn 1. And Stepien knows a thing or two. He's been in the front many times at Homestead over his sim racing career, and he wants the lead because he wants to dominate the stages like he's done all season long, or at least as he's attempted to do for most of 2024. He led 112 laps in this last race at Homestead, which he came short of the championship with, where he finished 8th. And Lawson Peel ultimately ended up winning that race. So it's all about Stepien desiring control over Peel. They want the cleanest air in the field. And there's finally Colin Forrester winning that fight on Shane Wyatt as Peel continues to stretch his lead.
Forrester's got to be absolutely happy about that, but now here comes Wyatt, maybe trying to get another run up on that outside lane. He will get that run. Will he elect to take it to the bottom for a change? No, he will not. He'll actually fall in line. Yes, he will go to the bottom, but he's not going to be able to get around Forrester, so Forrester going to hold on very confidently for now, right there in that 3rd spot. Now that lead starts to kind of grow a little bit right here with Peel and Stepien. Stepien was right on his back bumper. They were throwing haymakers at one another. Now everything at the front has seemed to calm down for just a little bit, for as right now anyway. Peel starting to kind of pull away from Stepien at this point right here in stage number 2.
And Peel just set his fastest lap over the last 3, 33.185, while Stepien is trapped back into 33.2. And the only other driver to eclipse the 33.2 second bracket in the top 5 is Stephen Harlow. So, like I said, Jake, the proposal for Colin Forrester was that you hold on the inside, you wait until Shane Wyatt burns his stuff up, and then he'll get swallowed by the pack. And this is exactly what's happening here. Harlow on the inside, the onboard look from the Chevrolet, and 2 yellow stripe drivers going at it for 4th place. This is wonderful between those two. They've had up and down seasons. It's definitely gotten better as time has progressed. And again, quite a shame, Jake, that we're not being able to see them go at it for another season, because we're seeing guys like Colin Forrester and Curtis Kelly in their sophomore campaigns be in this championship 4 fight. You can only imagine what guys like Wyatt and Harlow could do if they were given an extra season.
Yeah, but you probably end up seeing them probably in the Dropping the Hammer Cup Series is probably where you're going to see that whole battle take place right there with Shane White and Stephen Harlow. But, I mean, fantastic runs by the rookies up here, not worrying about what's going on. They're worried about what they've got going on. They want to get up here. I mean, obviously, you know, we got a championship 4 battle up here with these guys. But the main thing is this is the last race with the Sunoco Cup Series. Each and every one of these drivers wants to go down in the history books as they won the last race for the Sunoco Cup Series. And that is one of those that you can put on a pedestal as well, Kenneth, which is very, very prestigious here on iRacing. So a lot going on. Even though there's a championship 4 battle going on, a lot of these guys want to get up here and get this win here tonight, which is very, very bittersweet, but it is sentimental. As you see Forrester, he's thinking about it as well down to the inside of Steven Stepien.
You want the green flag and then the checkered at the end of this one in the final Sunoco Cup Series race. Forrester tried into turn 1, unsuccessful, while Stepien punches the hole to get the race lead. He's got Peel worried a bit off of turn 2. They may make a bit of contact, but they stay single file, and Stepien, in the play of defense, turns it into offense in one corner.
Forrester actually got up into the wall just a little bit. That's why you see him actually sliding back from this battle. Stepien still trying to hound on Lawson Peel now. Forrester not too far back, maybe about a half a second, give or take, back from this battle. Harlow about a half a second back from Forrester. White, he's actually now in a battle as well on that outside lane. Just burned his tires up. Reedy's trying to get around him. Here we go once again. Peel on the top, Stepien on the bottom. Peel able to get the run. Stepien gonna fall right in the draft to Lawson Peel.
And, you know, talking with some of the drivers several hours prior to the green flag here at Homestead in Miami, I was asking them what their general thoughts were about this championship race. And for Lawson Peel and Curtis Kelly, they gave me a similar answer. They said it's better than most of the trips to Homestead prior, but this track drives very differently than it's done in prior years. And Lawson said that it's raced better than it has before, but he's never raced it under the full night sky. And as the sun has set, we're under the lights fully at Homestead at Miami Speedway virtually. Lawson is getting that taste of what it's like to run this car over the long run. And I'd say that it has changed setup-wise over the course of the last year or so, Jake, because with the iRacing build updates, they always update the setups, and it always drives differently to what it did before. Here at Homestead, this car used to be a lot more understeer prone, but as the time has progressed and when they updated this most recently, these cars snap loose a little bit. It's a little harder to drive these cars over the run. So, Jake, everyone's learning in a sense, even the best of them in this series.
Yeah, don't even get me started on all the iRacing updates, because they will absolutely throw a curveball at you 9 ways to Sunday. But Peel is really making it all work. They are catching a little bit of lap traffic up here in front of them. That's Sean Callis. The one that was actually Curtis Kelly was actually trying to battle for that lucky dog. He slipped back big time, way off the pace. Peel going to take it up on the top side. They're going to split him 3 wide. Callis stuck in the middle, but now he's going to fall in the clutches of Forrester. Peel able to extend that lead after Stepien took it on the bottom side trying to get around the lap car.
And the worst thing you can do if you're one of these lead lap guys right now is approach a lap car at the exit of a corner. It can slow you down so drastically to the point where you'll lose all that time to the car in front. Thankfully, they split them 3 wide. Very unconventional way to do it, but they did it anyway. And Lawson Peel maintains the high side in the effort to stay away from Steven Stepien's run down low. Only problem is, Jake, as the run progresses, that right rear tire is going to get consumed if you run up there for too long. He's only doing it in one part of the racetrack, but it still eats up the tire considerably in comparison to Stepien, who's been faithful to the seam ever since the drop of the green flag. So for Peel, you've got to be really careful staying on that high side because it could eat you alive as the run goes through.
Yeah, and that's going to be big that we're going to have to see right here as you see Peel still up on the top side. Forrester once again slides up and gets into the wall through 1 and 2. And folks, think about it like this. I mean, this place is like a cheese grater on these tires. I mean, you think about Dover, think about old Atlanta, the legacy version of Atlanta before they had the repave. I mean, all 3 of those tracks will absolutely eat tires alive depending on how you drive the car. So that's what we're talking about with them being up on the top side, burning off that right rear, snapping sideways. Stepien may be able to pull something off. Peel up top, riding the momentum on that outside. But like you said, Kenneth, this right here has got to be wearing on that right rear. Even though he's only doing it in 1/4, it's still going to be wearing on that right rear like you said.
And this is where you see the transition of power. Stepien goes up to the middle lane, trying to steal it away from Peel. No dice there at the exit of turn 4. We'll stay 1, 2, 3. All of them championship competitors. Curtis Kelly, we're keeping an eye on him. He Myers back in 14, and he is that lucky dog spot still. Good news for him is that he's sitting behind Shane Wyatt and Austin Reedy in traffic, so less of a problem for Kelly here to go a lap down, or go another lap down from the leaders and be trapped further. So he seems to be in a pretty good spot. He, like Forrester, had the extra set of tires in the back pocket, so should this race come down to a strategic call, you may look for Fast Banana as the one who makes the effort, as Austin Reedy finds the fire from Shane Wyatt underneath. That battle continues for 5th off turn 4.
And Wyatt still trying to make it work. Reedy actually is going to get a huge shot right in the back bumper. Was that? Yes, that was Curtis Kelly up here trying to get them both rocking and rolling. Wyatt sliding up the racetrack. Reedy still trying to battle. Well, Reedy gets a little bit loose off turn 2. Curtis Kelly, he's going to keep it up on that top side and slide right around Austin Reedy. So now Kelly just trying to log some laps, just basically just waiting on that caution. He's going to get one, obviously, right here in the next 40 laps. Come hell or high water, he's going to get one. It's just going to be at a bad point because actually now for a second I thought Schnuber actually went a lap down, but actually Schnuber has called it a night. So Curtis Kelly, he's still in good space right now as we're seeing Richard Swavely on pit road.
He's the first car to pit. He pitted from 11th place on the racetrack. And this is going to get interesting here, Jake, because these drivers are now approaching 40 laps on the stint as they cross the line. So, unlike what we had in stage 1, where the caution came out, the drivers didn't really worry about having to pit. This time they do. And what does that do for this battle for the championship lead that continues? Stepien pointing the Chevrolet nose down to the inside, but no match again for the 20 degrees of banking that Peel is using all the way up to get the runoff turn 2, and we'll fight it again in 3 and 4. But these two will have a chance to come down pit road along with everyone else in the field. And my question to you, Jake Reeves, is if you're Colin Forrester, you're watching the battle here, you're about a second or so behind the leaders, how do you try and change up your strategy to beat these two on track?
If I was, honestly, if I was Colin Forrester, I would try to undercut them and try to go ahead and make that pit stop a little bit earlier and then be able to try to get out in front of them and get that clean air and be able to get out in front of them. But, honestly, Kenneth, we could talk about, the last pit stop of the race, however you want to look at it. This could be a turning point in this race right here for one of these guys because, granted, this is not the easiest pit road to get on right here. Any of these guys up here in the top 3, Peel, Stepien, Forrester, they can actually maybe lock them up trying to get into the pits, overdrive it, and guess what? They get a black flag. They got to sit there for 40 seconds. They could go a lap down and put themselves in the situation that Curtis Kelly's in right now, praying for some kind of caution, which I don't think that's going to happen because this thing, obviously, we've only had 2 cautions. One of them was a stage, and then one of them was an accident. I got a feeling you do not want to mess up, so this is going to be very crucial right here when they make this pit stop.
And one thing we haven't seen much of tonight are the caution flags. Only 2 of them, one of them for the stage break at lap 60. But with our shortened field from Homestead, we've yet to see cars in trouble to cause yellow flags. We saw Wyatt Brackett and Chris Progar bring out the first on-track yellow, and then an almost scare with Alex Muscarella and Brandon Banks. That's why you're not really seeing them at the top end of this running order. Muscarella tore his toe link with a huge slap to the outside wall, and he's 61 laps down, while Brandon Banks is still on track 2 laps down in 15. There's that Cobalt Chevrolet, all the damage that he is still getting fixed on pit road. It's been a while since that incident occurred, but for Muscarella, his race went from race leader to a race ender, all in one fell swoop. The battle for the championship lead continues. You're looking on board with Lawson Peel, the championship leader, and once again, searching for history. 3 in a row, if he can make it happen. On the back of his Chevrolet, he's got the words "going for 3" on there as he hops on the brakes, and Lawson Peel is on pit road this time.
And he's actually going to do exactly what I was thinking, and Forrester has already done that. Forrester actually went in, tried to undercut him, and Peel locks it up and drops it down on the inside. Be careful. Obviously, you don't want to be caught speeding right here. 50 miles an hour is the pit road speed. See him lock it up, drop it down on the bottom. Now Stempien, he has to make a choice right here. Does he go ahead and go in right now, or does he try to run a little bit longer and have some fresher tires for the end of it? There's your answer right there. Steven Stempien, now he's going to elect to go down pit road. Be careful. Make sure you got it at 50. Looks like he got it there.
Tiptoeing to pit road entry speed. He's got it. Also to note, Colin Forrester came down pit road with Lawson Peel. So both of them came in on the same lap. There's Forrester going by. That will mean a ton as Lawson Peel is cycling out now off turn 2. He's just blending in with traffic, just in the purview of Forrester's Dunkin' Donuts machine. But the gap is way too large to ignore as Stempien comes in on pit road. The question is, can he stay in front of Lawson Peel and Colin Forrester? He's got the left sides up now on his Chevrolet while Lawson comes out of turn 4. And the caution flag comes out, and it is presumed to be Curtis Kelly who finds trouble on the back straightaway. Second on-track caution of the race while Stempien is on pit road.
And this may end up playing out pretty good for him right here, honestly, how it's all going to work out for Steven Stempien right here. Not 100% sure if he actually went a lap down, but you see Lawson Peel right there. He is going to shoot around him. But Curtis Kelly, unfortunate for him of how this night has went for that 71. I mean, he just snaps loose coming off of turn number 2. We'll catch it right here on the instant replay. There you see Shane White right behind him. And Kelly, I mean, this is kind of weird how this actually looks. I mean, he snaps loose just a little bit, and then bam, just drops it down to the bottom of the racetrack, and then caution is out. So I'm not real sure. There's where the caution comes out right there, is where he tries to get it back up on the track. Wow, a couple of them almost straight up T-boned him right there. But stopping on the racetrack is going to bring out a caution, and it's going to throw a whirlwind in this strategy right here, Kenneth.
Well, I don't know what happened there off turn 2. I think Kelly just gets out of shape, and then as he comes back into the gas, that's where the car goes sideways. And then the almost hit by Kalis, then the almost hit by Brandon Banks. And again, that was in the middle of green flag strategy. And this is going to be even more of a dagger to Curtis Kelly here, Jake, because he was the first car a lap down. He was in candidacy to get the lucky dog. And the rule is, if you are involved in the incident that brings out the yellow, you get incident points. Therefore, you cannot get your lap back. So Curtis Kelly, in all of this, will still end up on the wrong side of things as several guys take pit road. Shane Wyatt, Justin Erb, and the field behind come in for tires, while Lawson Peel, Colin Forrester, Stephen Harlow, and Steven Stempien stay out with 30 laps to go in the stage.
That's when it's going to get really good right here with all the strategies, all the tires being took at different points in time right here. And this is going to give Stempien a chance to regroup and refocus right here to figure out how he wants to try to get around Lawson Peel right here and see if he's got anything for him right here. Literally, like we've said before, it's like Ali and Frazier between both of those guys, just back and forth right here, battling it out. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all works out right here coming to the end of stage 2. But I agree with you 100%. That whole deal right there with Curtis Kelly just kind of blew my mind of how it, was. I mean, it's something, that I haven't seen in a long time, just how it broke loose and then how he shoots back up the track right there. I mean, we talked about these cars being snappy, but I don't know about that one. That one kind of throws me for a loop.
Well, it was a weird caution, and we are under yellow for just the 3rd time tonight total, and our 2nd yellow for an on-track incident, this time involving Curtis Kelly. How about I look with your championship leader, Lawson Peel, who's led a majority of this race, and let's bring him up to the broadcast booth, get some words with him. Lawson, you got a copy with us?
I got you.
All right, Lawson, well, you've been back and forth, heavy punches between yourself and Steven Stempien over the race. How would you describe the first stage and a half from Homestead as you've learned it?
A lot of fun. I hope the whole race keeps going like this, really. I mean, Steven's really, really good, especially on the long run. I know he's saving and I'm saving also, but it's like we could probably pass each other whenever we want, but we don't want to burn our stuff up kind of deal. And, Colin was a lot better that run. Looks like Curtis has had some problems, but I'm sure there's plenty of time for him to come back. So I'm liking the way the car is driving so far, though. The way it's building I was a little nervous about how it was going to build. Still a little concerned, that I might get a little too free on the long runs, but so far I think it's building the right front enough for my liking that I'm comfortable. So hopefully that continues, and it's been fun.
Well, if you're liking the car and you're liking the way it races, we're liking the way it's racing on the racetrack.
Yeah.
You and Stepien have been putting on a show so far. Best of luck on the next restart, though.
It's part of the venue we're at here at Kenneth too. So appreciate it. We'll see.
That's Lawson Peel, current championship leader. He's got control of the field on our third restart of the race, lap 133. It's Peel, the race leader, Colin Forrester on the outside of the front row. Stephen Harlow, Steven Stepien, that's third and fourth back in row 2. Shane Wyatt, your top 5. Justin Erb, Richard Swavely, Austin Reedy, Dakota Curtis, and Kip Easley. That's your full top 10. Not many cars there on the grid. They're all still trying to get back into it. But Lawson Peel and Colin Forrester will take us back to action. Let's go from Homestead, Miami, and a wonderful push from Harlow to give Peel the lead back to turn 1.
Peel's going to get away big time with the lead. Forrester all by himself on an island up there on the top side. Stepien, no help to Forrester. And honestly, I'm not surprised. Obviously, you're racing against him. Harlow goes to second. Peel's going to get away with the lead. Shane White, big time, got loose off of turn 2. Gets it gathered back up and straightened back up. But Peel, Forrester now. Forrester down to the inside. Harlow way up against the wall. Now Forrester. We talked about it. We was talking about Stepien and Peel. Watch out for Forrester. He's going to play a factor right here.
But does he swing? Remember, this is for the Stage 2 win with under 30 laps to go, and he may have a shot here off turn 2. He's going to the inside, and he cannot get the look on board with the Florida native as Stepien takes over third from Stephen Harlow. It's the farthest we've seen the Massachusetts native in this race until this point. Forrester down low, looking under, and he's got the spot. Battle for the lead off turn 4.
I'm telling you what, I absolutely love Forrester's car. Dunkin' Donuts, it makes me hungry seeing it. It's going to make him even happier if he can get the Dunkin' Donuts up front. Peel up top, Forrester down on the bottom side. Will he try to jump up and be able to put the block? He thought about it. Yes, he's going to put up there. No, he's going to put it in the middle. That's way different than what Stepien's been doing. He's going to make Peel run this top side going into 3 and 4. This may pay off for Forrester on the bottom side. Will Peel get the run? Yes, he will. But Forrester running in the middle, basically making Peel choose where he wants to go, puts the block on him. Forrester has the lead. Peel wants it.
And the one common thing between these two championship competitors, they have a win at a 1.5 mile track. They've both won at Las Vegas. And while Lawson has the extra win at Charlotte to go with it, both of these guys so successful at this type of track. Forrester now has to play defense. Peel on the inside, looking for the championship and race lead again. And Forrester's in the wall. He'll tag it. Here comes Peel to the inside, and Peel steals the race lead again.
Man, Forrester up into the wall once again. We saw him up on the wall 1 and 2 earlier on. Now he's going to tag it coming off of turn 4. This may open the door for Steven Stepien sitting back there in that third spot. Forrester had a run, thought about it, thought different, jumps back in line. Stepien's going to close back in on this battle right here. 3 of the 4 once again up here battling for the race lead coming to the end of stage number 2. Forrester way up the hill. Will he miss the wall? He missed it. Probably by an inch. You couldn't have fit a piece of paper between his car and the wall right there off turn 4.
And that moment, Jake Reeves, is what will help the car decked in gold. Third place, Steven Stepien, as he charges for the lead. Now Forrester wants it again. He'll charge to the inside on Peel. They'll make it door-to-door on the exit of turn 2. Forrester tries to duck low to escape the side draft in the entry to turn 3. The shift up to 5th and back down to 4th in the lunge to turn 3. Now Stepien won 2nd. Forrester back to the point. And caution flag is out.
Caution is out.
Trouble,
on
Sean
the
Kalis.
speedway. Sean Kalis, 2 laps down off the pace, hit the wall a ton over in 3 and 4. Might have got a little bit of help from Chris Progar in the 7. Caution is out once again. You know what they say, Kenneth? Cautions does breed cautions.
That's right. It's our 4th caution of the race. And there's Kalis' SK Sim Racing Chevrolet, battered and bruised on pit road. And you're right there, Jake. Just was the contact from Chris Progar. We'll see if we can get the second look there on the replay. And this is down the back straightaway to turn 3. At the moment, Kalis was 16th. And Jake, what happens here?
Well, I'm seeing right here, Kalis up top gets the run right here on Chris Progar. And then Progar looks like he just tries to come over and side draft Kalis. But once, he just net codes him. Basically locks bumpers with him. Kalis goes around, then bam, knocks the whole right front off of the car. And unfortunate right there for Kalis right there in the number 90 car. So unfortunate for him. 2 laps down. It's just going to make the night a whole lot worse. You see it right there. That is a very unfortunate ride when you're going around in a complete 360. But I don't think that there was any intent right there for Progar to straight up turn him. I've known Chris Progar for quite some time, and I know he just don't straight up turn nobody for whatever. So, you hate to see that right there for Kalis right there, and you hate to see it for Progar too, because he's going to get the EOL out of all of it.
And there's a contact. It's so small, right? You're trying to side draft down the straightaway. You're trying to even out the car on the outside. And then there's at some point where the room runs out, and you can't quite see it from your perspective in the race car. You think there's at least a couple inches between you two. The answer, though, is no, and it's basically minuscule to the point where you are making contact at that point. And you're right, no intention from Chris Progar, but I'm sure him and Sean Kalis did not want to see that happen. Those two have been in this series for years. They were back in the series when I was covering it, when I got my first gig as a commentator. My first big gig was with this series back in 2021. And those two guys were at the head of the field. Those were some of the bigger names in the series, and they've stuck it around up until now. And what a job they've done. While we're under caution here at lap 141, wanted to give 2 specific notes. One, to the co-owner of this league, Dustin Reeves, who sits in 11th, just celebrated his birthday yesterday. So a happy belated birthday from all of us at VSPEED to Dustin Reeves, and our salute to him for all of the work that he's done with this series over the last several years. There he is sitting in 11th after starting in 15th. It's been a crazy race with him, but I think it's been a trip through memory lane, Jake, as he's fought with Dakota Curtis basically all race long. I think it's heartwarming to see them two nose to tail fighting for position with each other and just racing like good old friends, and just like how this league started off of friendship and banding together during the pandemic.
Well, I agree with you 100% on that right there, Kenneth. And more like not friends, but like brothers, because there's a lot of leagues and a lot of people, that we meet, obviously, through the pandemic when it happened, and you meet people through sim racing that they're more like your family than they are your friends. And I feel like that's probably what it is right there with Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves right there for just sticking together and being able to build this series and Sunoco Cup Series up to what it is now, one of the premier racing series on iRacing. So, I wouldn't necessarily say friends. I would say family out of all of it, and that's what a lot of these guys, you mentioned Progar and Kalis, how long that they've been around the whole time. They're not friends. This is a family deal. And, that's why we say all the time that it is a bittersweet moment for this being the last race for the Sunoco Cup Series, is that, these guys, most of them have stuck around one another for quite some time, probably all the way through it all. So that's why it's a bittersweet moment, and that's why it's awesome really to see Dustin Reeves and old Dakota Curtis. Reeves is going to have one more shot at him right here. He may be able to knock the old boss off here tonight at Homestead.
I don't know if we see some beef between them here. Maybe some friendly beef, if you will. They're side by side in their respective rows, while Colin Forrester is in the race lead. Also to note with Reeves and Curtis, they are technically family members. They are not brothers, but they are family members. And so it extends the family sense, but extends the friend sense as well. So it's really cool to see what they've been able to do for this league and how they've been able to pave the road until now. Well, here's the front row. Colin Forrester and Lawson Peel, a pair of championship fighters, bringing this field back to green at the tick of lap 143. Barney's got the green and back underway from Homestead.
And Forster's going to see if he can try to control this race. Jumps immediately up to the top side to block the advance. Lawson Peel. Here comes Stampian down on the inside. Harlow trying to get a run as well. Better watch out for old Harlow. Been very quiet up here at the front. Peel gets a run. Forster going to try to put the block. No, Peel down to the inside in 3.
He'll try it for the championship lead, but Forrester is going to try and pinch him down through the middle. It's not going to ignore the run from the SpaceX Chevrolet. It's door to door for the championship lead, and don't look now, but 5th place Justin Erb is making inroads. That black and orange Chevrolet making a charge through the top 5. Peel takes the lead here at Homestead, 144 laps in, but Forrester says, I'm not done with yet.
Not by a long shot is Forrester. Now Peel tries to come up, side draft, pulling back. Stampian right there, right behind them, just waiting to see what's going to pop off with Forrester and Peel. Erb not too far back, running the top side. He's got Hendry right behind him, but we stay with the battle. Forrester up top, Peel way down on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to keep the side draft away from Forrester. Forrester still running the top, Peel still down on the bottom.
Well, they always say it in this championship format as Forrester tags the outside wall and lets Stempian in for second, is that if you want to win the championship, you more often than not have to win the race. And now 3 of the championship 4 competitors are here sitting on the podium. Stempian washes up high, Forrester not giving him enough of a room, and they'll stay even at the back straightaway, or the front straightaway rather, as Lawson Peel continues to man control. Harlow and Erb sitting 4th and 5th. Boy, they've had a great run tonight. Justin Erb looking to the inside. He'll try it for 4th place.
He's going to try to see if he can make it stick. Erb on the bottom side now. Harlow will get the draft off Forster. We do want to mention the other guy that's running for a championship. We've been talking about the front 3. Curtis Kelly's back on the lead lap. He's back there in 11th, but he is back on the lead lap after all that he went through earlier on in this race. So he's still got a shot. We got a long way to go, but Curtis Kelly's still got a shot. If he's 3 up here, all this door banging between Harlow and Forster. Forster up the track. Erb right behind him. Harlow trying to send it on the bottom.
And Forster is stuck in deep waters. Harlow and Erb are not running for the championship, so the longer they fight with Forster, the worse it's going to be in order to catch up to the top 2. Luckily, Erb pushed him down the straightaway, so Forster will have the edge coming off turn 4. Harlow will have the momentum over Erb, and now Erb performs a crossover. Side by side for 4th again into turn 1.
And Erb's going to try to use the draft off of Forster. Harlow way up top. Erb will get the run, but will Harlow be able to power it down? Erb gets loose, tags him. Both of them hard in the outside wall. Erb and Harlow, that's going to open the door for just about everybody. Kip Beasley goes by. Shane White goes by. And you've got to be thinking Harlow is absolutely, just absolutely hurt out of all that. You see them both trying to drive it. Erb off the pace, big time Harlow going into the pits.
And Erb has severe right front tolling damage as Harlow comes down pit road. That takes out 2 of the strong drivers in this run. Erb still nursing it down turn 1, but he is bleeding off so much time. The onboard look from the Home Depot Chevrolet shows peril and peril only, as they'll look to the apron to get out of harm's way. Race control is not going to throw the yellow, so for right now, we will stay green, but that was a whale of a hit. Synchronizing motion between the 2, and Harlow is disappointed, basically asking what happened there.
What it was right there was Erb he just lost it right there on the bottom, slides up. Harlow, unfortunately, there trying to roll on that top. You'll see it right here with the instant replay. There you see Erb just way up against the wall. You talked about the right front toe link just absolutely destroyed. Here's Erb right there. You saw that little bit of a wiggle. Slides up. Harlow was already committing to sending it right there. Then unfortunately, Erb slides up, gets into Harlow, and both of them out of this race. And you saw Harlow, just absolutely distraught. Check it out. There goes Erb, just slides up, gets loose. Both of them hard into the outside retaining wall of turn 2. Unfortunate for both of those drivers. Harlow being a rookie in this series as well, who was having a fantastic night running up front all race long.
And that will snap Harlow's streak of podium finishes in this series to close off 2024. So for Harlow, that's heartbreaking there, and the same for Justin Erb. Both of those guys had done so well at this end of the season. Herb was one of those playoff competitors. They got eliminated several weeks ago. And now both of them taken out in another scare that could have brought us the yellow flag, but it does not. The onboard look from Peel as he watches on. Steven Stepien aiming at his best shot to get back under for the championship lead. And they have been going back at it with 8 laps to go until the end of the second stage. I'd say that's even more heartbreaking for Harlow and for Herb there, Jake, just because they could have had a shot at a decent position, but here comes Stepien back to the inside for the race lead in turn 1.
Honestly, they would have probably had a shot at the win up here, just as how hard these three have been racing one another up here, and a lot of respect has been given. And we talked about that one little slip that can cost you, just like what happened with Herb and Harlow right there. Herb just kind of slides a little bit. It takes both of them out. So they could have had a shot at a win tonight with all this hard racing that's going on up here at the front. Stepien had the lead. Peel dives to the inside, takes back that lead. Forster watching all of this go on, little under a half a second back from this battle.
And these are the guys that led a ton of laps at Las Vegas 2 weeks ago, that penultimate round of the championship, to where Lawson was able to win, advance into the championship 4 with a W, while Stepien, Colin Forrester, and Curtis Kelly joined them in the fights. All of them in the championship 4 led laps at Vegas. Lawson led the most with 95, and these two are sharing the bulk of laps led from Homestead this evening. We've got 5 laps to go until the end of the second stage, and just like Lawson won the first one with a fight from Stepien, it's going to be the same all over again. The dive in turn 1 from Stepien for the top spot.
We'll see what Stepien decides to do. Is he going to take it all the way to the top, try to put the block? He thought about it, and barely a hole for Peel to be able to sneak through. But he's able to sneak through, and he will make it. Stepien keeps it on the bottom. Peel up top. Stepien just trying to get clear. Forster watching it all from the 3rd spot. As big battle right here between both of the heavyweight hitters here tonight. Side drafting with Stepien trying to pull Peel back.
And just like Lawson told us there, on the recent caution under the yellow, he talked to us and said that he doesn't want this car to be too free while they're trying to fight for all that they've got. They don't want to burn up their tires, but with this little laps left to go in the stage, the tires, why not? Why not burn them if it means running for the stage win? And Peel, ever since, has been hugging that bright limestone color to green outside safer barrier, and contact between the leaders again in that fight for the lead. Peel is staying put, but Stepien is not going away, and they're going up the racetrack this time.
Good old-fashioned door banging right here between Peel and Stepien, and this has entered a conversation of Colin Forrester right back in this. All three have separated themselves from Shane White, who's sitting 4th, about a 1.5 seconds back. Now Forrester down to the inside. He's going to challenge Stepien for that 2nd spot. Peel is straight up checking out, watching this battle in his mirror. Stepien able to get the run off the top, and Forrester will fall right back in line for the draft.
And that'll be tough there for Stepien if he wants to get around Lawson Peel. That gap extends to about 0.4 seconds. So for Forrester's attempt at Stepien in the fight for P2, Lawson is able to comfortably sail away in P1. They'll cross the line for the final lap here in Stage 2 from Homestead-Miami Speedway, and it's looking like all Lawson Peel right now. But remember, Stepien had been back a couple of car lengths before in the first stage, then crawled his way back and fought for the race lead tooth and nail, but Forrester is catching up. The Dunkin' Donuts Camry is giving him all that he's got in 1 and 2. He'll work the high side to try to get the momentum down the straightaway, and it's 1, 2, 3, separated by 0.5 seconds down the straightaway. Shane White is all the way back in 4th, and as they chase for turns 3 and 4, Lawson Peel can see a sweep incoming off the final 2 corners. Lawson Peel will hold on despite the pressure and take Stage 2 in the finale.
Big time deal right there for Lawson Peel. The real deal is what we're going to end up calling him here this evening. The real deal. Lawson Peel gets the win in stage number 2. Steven Stepien will get 2nd, Forrester 3rd, White and Reedy 4th and 5th. Reedy from 21st up to 5th. But I got a feeling, Kenneth, that's going to be his nickname for quite some time. The real deal. Lawson Peel gets it done.
I've never heard that before, but it rhymes. It sounds good. I like it. Caution flag out again for stage 2. And your top 10 is Lawson Peel, Stempien, Colin Forrester, then Wyatt, Reedy, Kelly, Hendry, Curtis, Easley, and Dustin Reeves. And you're right there with Curtis Kelly getting back on the lead lap. That was a blessing in disguise because he had the pace, he had the ability to at least keep up in traffic, and he's got P6 out of it, this time on stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big deal right there for him. I mean, you know, hey, it's like I said, he gets the top 5 and he needs to go to the gas station and get him a lottery ticket because, I mean, he is absolutely, I would say, you know, I don't want to put it the wrong way of saying that he kind of lucked up into this one right here, but think about it. He's on the same deal as Forrester. Both of them have that extra set of tires. So if this thing does play out the way that we were thinking it's going to play out, both of them may be in a good chance right here to have fresh tires and be able to have a shot to try to win this race.
And after this, you at least have one more pit stop remaining. That is, if you don't have a caution flag. So, Jake, you're right. We're going to keep that in mind over the course of the race. Sometimes, though, you'd rather be a little lucky than good, right? You want to work off circumstance. So Kelly was thankful to see that yellow flag come out the way that it did. He wasn't involved in it this time, so he was able to get that lucky dog spot. Championship leaders are on pit road. Lawson Peel kicking up the revs. He's further back, the farthest out of the championship group, which have pit stalls 1, 2, and 3. So they will have the advantage as the left sides go up. But Peel will stay ahead without any resistance. And looks like there Jake Stevens. Stempien had fallen back there. Shane Wyatt and almost Austin Reedy beat him off the pit lane.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy right there to see that. I was actually looking at Steven Stempien's pit right there, and I thought he might have actually should have pulled up a little bit more, or he actually stopped late. But, I mean, no, it was just a normal pit stop right there for Steven Stempien. Thought there might have been some bad communication right here. Wait a minute, something amiss right here. Is Stempien actually dropping back, or did he get a black flag? Is that what I'm seeing right here out of Stempien? No, apparently not. He dropped back a little bit. Had me worried because Reedy got around him right there, but that threw me off for a second. I was like, oh, man, I hope he didn't get one because that would be detrimental to Stempien.
Your heart always stops when you see a guy dropping position. You're like, oh, no, it's over. It's over. It's over. And for lots of drivers, you can start to panic, but for Stempien there, just looks like iRacing said that Reedy was ahead. So it's going to be 5th for Stempien. So that does confirm that Reedy and Wyatt did beat him off of pit lane. Lawson Peel, the championship and race leader from Homestead-Miami. More championship action of the Sunoco Cup Series on the other side. For the first time this season, it's a war between momentum and discipline. The next stop on the tour to a Season 7 championship. One hopeful from a visit to the championship finale. Sunoco Cup Series. Still 103 pages left to write in this championship story from Homestead-Miami, and we are back under green after stage number 2. Lawson Peel takes the field back to turn 1. Forrester second, Shane White in third, and Stempien, who had bled spots, fell back to 5th off the pit stop, is working his way back through traffic.
He's trying to make it work, and obviously Reedy up there on that outside lane trying to get the run. Stempien trying to get back up here and maybe have a shot. But Lawson Peel and them don't count out Curtis Kelly back there in that 7th spot. We haven't talked a whole lot about him, at least at the first part we did, when he went 1 lap down. He will be a factor in the end of this thing. I can guarantee you that.
What a comeback that would be for the Rothesay New Brunswick Canadian, who's in his first championship 4, is the only guy in his category to be in the championship 4 for the first time. He works under Justin Hendry, who's loose off turn 2 and will chase to the inside wall. He saves it, and we stay green.
Boy, that was big right there for Justin Hendry, and not only that, but big right there for Curtis Kelly right there, because if Hendry comes down just a little bit, if he was just about maybe what, about, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 10 feet closer to that right rear right there and a little bit more up, Curtis Kelly's gone. So that is straight up luck. I mean, I'm telling you, I'm telling you, Curtis Kelly, go get you about 10 lottery tickets after that one right there, buddy. You have dodged. I mean, he's literally got 9 lives tonight, get it? But it may end up paying off for him.
He's got multiple close calls, but he still stands, and with an unscathed race car. Battle for the lead is on. Colin Forrester to the inside, and it's all on the Chevrolets helping each other up top. Shane Wyatt will help Lawson Peel in the draft, but Forrester will take control. So another new race leader, the Jacksonville, Florida native of Colin Forrester, takes control from Homestead.
And it would mean a lot to Colin Forrester to get the win here at more or less his home track right here. Caution is on the speedway, though. Looking back through the field, I believe, I was looking, I thought it might have been Dustin Reeves. Yes, actually, it was a big old wreck back here. Hendry back here with Dakota Curtis. A bunch of drivers getting caught up right there, back here off turn number 2.
It was a touch from Justin Erb to Dakota Curtis, who was loose midway through the corner, and it caught up Justin Hendry, that aforementioned car that went sideways off of turn 2. And it seems like they've caught Chris Progar. They had a couple of others in there as well. So a look on board from Hendry and the troubled Curtis up top.
Yeah, Curtis gets a little bit loose, like I said, Erb. Not really, I mean, he ain't really got nowhere to go, and he just ends up tagging Curtis right in the back bumper, sends him around. Hendry, I mean, Hendry almost missed it, and then Curtis just, I mean, he gets on the throttle, back in, steps out, and then there he goes right there. You see Hendry right back there in the 1. Everybody else trying to sneak by, and then there's Progar right there. Progar, unfortunately, he gets it. Dustin Reeves, just send it, son. I mean, don't even get close to it. I mean, he didn't even lift in that number 6 back there. Check this out, riding on board with Dustin Reeves. This is one of those hold my beer and watch this moments right here by Dustin Reeves. Watch this, smoke, cars everywhere, finds it, hey, screw it. Just take it off the bottom and you just straight up go. That is, like I said, hold my beer moment right there for Dustin Reeves.
He said they paved it there for a reason. He used up all
Yes,
the
sir.
asphalt there on the back straightaway. And remember, that all used to be grass back then, but Homestead and NASCAR, ISC, the track owners of Homestead, they decided to pave all that. So Reeves said, if there's asphalt, I'm gonna use it.
You don't blame him one bit off of that. Honestly, it may have been hold my whiskey just as how fast as he was going right there, but it's going to pay off for him out of all that right there. So Dustin Reeves started 15th. He's all the way up to 8th. Hendry is going to elect to take that pit stop. A couple of other drivers electing to take it. Brandon Banks, one of them, will elect to take that pit stop as well. So a couple of them going down pit road right here, but, I mean, that could have been very bad for a number of drivers. But it's just one of those things. Guy gets loose. Guys behind him try to check up. They just don't check up hard enough, hit him in the back end, and then after that, I mean, everybody's just along for the ride. It's just one of those things.
Just collateral damage between them, and tough to see that Justin Hendry, Chris Progar, Dakota Curtis all got damage off of that. They're all visiting pit road, but that's obviously not for strategy. It's just to get their cars nursed, get them diagnosed, and get them out of the way as soon as possible so they can get back racing from Homestead-Miami. So we're under caution again with Colin Forrester, the race leader. I guess our final note with Dustin Reeves is that he was probably carrying a mojito with him now that we're in South Florida. But as we patrol under yellow. That was an impressive run to the front by Colin Forrester. And you could argue here, Jake, at this point of the race, when track position really does matter as the field thins out over the long run, Forrester wants this spot. He wants to be up front, dish out the dirty air to everyone else, so that if we do get into that longer run and Forrester is able to stay put where he's at, he's got a better chance of keeping track position late in the going as we enter strategy.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what these restarts is. I mean, these restarts is going to just mean more and more and more. Like you said, less cars out there, track position will be key because less cars is on the track, less shot that they got to worry about having a wreck. So, you know, that's going to be key for these restarts. Forrester trying to put blocks on Peel. Stepien not too far back from this, well, or Stepien actually sitting back there in the 4th spot behind the rookie Shane White. And then, you know, I mean, don't count out Curtis Kelly. I mean, he's up there in 6th. He's got a shot. He's going to be right behind Stepien and Peel right here on this restart. So Forrester's got to get these restarts timed right. He's got to be able to try to stay in front of Peel. And like you said, track position is going to be key. The clean air is going to be king. All of that is going to be king. These restarts, they're just going to get more and more aggressive as this race goes on.
And as you talk about Fast Banana Racing, what they've been able to do this season, put all 4 of their cars in the playoffs this season, has 2 of them here in this championship with Forrester and Curtis Kelly. The only thing they don't have an advantage to Lawson Peel or Steven Stepien is the experience. You look at both of them, they have combined 6 career wins in this series and only 1 championship 4 appearance prior to this race, and that was courtesy of Colin Forrester, the race leader who was here last season fighting for a championship. So Forrester wants to prove the doubters wrong. He wants to emerge Fast Banana Racing as the crown holder of the Sunoco Cup Series in its final edition. We're ready for the restart at lap 173 with Forrester, the command car, Lawson Peel to react on the outside with championship foe Steven Stepien right behind him in row 2 and the rookie Shane Wyatt down low. Well, let's do this again, shall we? Restart, 173 laps in the books from South Florida and Homestead-Miami, and it's an even jump from the top 2 on the front row. Peel is going to side draft the 31 car back to turn 1.
An aggressive restart right there by Peel, still trying to side draft and pull him back. That track position is going to be 100% king. Stepien on the outside, he's going to try to shoot around Shane White. He's able to pull it off. Peel had to get off the right rear quarter panel. Forrester has the lead. Stepien now he's going to take 3rd as Peel right in the middle of them holding on to 2nd.
And mind you, this is not a run for stage points anymore. This is going to be for the win. And there is still at least a pit stop remaining in this race. So there is strategy still to unfold and saving necessary. Look at the battles beneath the top 5 and into the top 10. Brandon Banks at the back of all this. Kip easily at the front. 2 DBR Chevrolets sandwiching a pack of many. Banks is sideways and he keeps it straight as Reedy and several others go side by side in turn 3.
Reedy down on the bottom, and Justin Hendry up there obviously had a little bit of damage, but he's able to battle back, muster on. Dustin Reeves right in front of him, all but sideways, coming off turn 4. Hendry's going to follow Reeves. Now on the bottom side, Reedy down here on the bottom. It's the battle of the Reeves right here. Reedy and Reeves, both of them battling it out for that 7th spot.
And Reeves, who had swerved his way out of the last incident, is somehow back in this. And Justin Hendry, who was in the crash, is here in P9. This field is not that large, and thankfully all of these guys got their damage repaired, so they are able to continue on while Colin Forrester has said bye-bye to the field. Half a second to Lawson Peel right behind. Stepien is another half second behind the Mississippi driver, so there's the farthest we've seen the championship 4 on this run. I think Peel might have gotten the apron there in 1 and 2, so he flirts up high, and Shane Wyatt is going to put the punch to Stepien, punching above his weight down the back straightaway, looking for turn 3, and it's single file, first all the way back to about 7th place.
And honestly, right now, I think Colin Forrester right here, he may be playing a little bit of Buford T. Justice right here. Playing with him like a cat plays with a mouse. Mouse jumps this way, get him with my paw. The mouse jumps that way, and I grab him with my paw. Finally, Forrester may have just put the smash on the gas pedal and just squashed every bit of it. He is checking out. and growing that lead right now from Lawson Peel at 0.8 of a second. Stampian holding on to third with Shane White right behind him.
Several hundredths of a second faster the last time they crossed the stripe, and here is the pack developing behind Stampian. Shane White running in P4, Curtis Kelly, the last of the championship 4 who has been behind the 8 ball all race long, has a chance to finally make up a position with the championship field around them. A look on board from Wyatt, who has several top 10s to his name. Didn't finish that well 2 weeks ago in Las Vegas Speedway, where he finished in 20th after starting there. But over the last several months, Shane White has been trying to do his best in his first and only Sunoco Cup Series calendar, and cannot get the best of Stempian at the front of the field. It's all single file until you get to Hendry, Reeves, and Brandon Banks. This one 8th through 10th.
Big battle back here. Reeves up on the top side. Hendry down on the bottom. Reeves sends it, gets up into the fence. Herb right behind him, trying to muster up what he can after what could have been here this evening. But, you know, Kenneth, I will mention one thing you talked about, you know, with some of these guys of what they ran in Vegas. This place, somewhat very, very similar to Las Vegas, how this track, not necessarily how it's laid out, but just how the asphalt and the, you know, the track, just how it is. It's not necessarily the layout because of the tri-oval and all that, but this place does wear the tires, much like Las Vegas, so it's no surprise to see some of the guys up here at the front that was running good at Las Vegas. It's no surprise to see all of that. I'm telling you, what a battle back here with Banks back here, Reeves back here, Henry back here, Dakota Curtis back in this thing as well.
Quartet in this fight for P8 as Brandon Banks goes through. He'll beat Dustin Reeves to the runoff turn 4. But you're right, there are several features of Las Vegas that translate over to Homestead-Miami. Number one, the fact that it's a tire eater. Las Vegas can eat up the Goodyear Eagles same way that Homestead does. Number two, you have several options available to you in lanes, so you can go to the inside, middle, or high side and make a run at it, and that's the same at Las Vegas. You could be at the white line or you could be at the outside safer barrier, and you can still be a fast race car. The tertiary thing is the bumps on the speedway, and Homestead isn't really known for its bumps, but as the track has aged ever since its 2003 repave that added the progressive 18 to 20 degrees of banking, you've got bumps here and there across the speedway. There's a big bump in the middle of turns 3 and 4 on the outside. Plenty of drivers have already run there over the course of the race, including your race leaders. So you've got to really be careful, and it's a similar type of racetrack from Las Vegas that hosted the series 2 weeks ago. And I'll tell you this, Jake, Colin Forrester has gotten some coffee and he's taken his run. He is out of here, a second and a half above Lawson Peel, who we sit with now.
Yeah, and you really got to be thinking if Lawson Peel may be actually playing where the cat plays with, or doing like a cat plays with a mouse right here. Is he trying to do that a little bit differently? Forrester may be flexing muscle right now. Peel just may be back here just biding his time and just waiting. The big thing about it is Forrester's not running the top. Forrester's running the bottom of the racetrack. He's not up on that top side like we saw Shane White up there, like we saw Peel up there a couple times. Stampian was up there. Even Forrester running up there on the top like he was earlier on. He's got it on the bottom, and this is just hard-nosed sending it right here. It's all got to be whether or not Peel's just back there riding around just saving his tires. I mean, granted, Forrester's about 0.2 of a second faster right now than Peel is. Will that pay into dividends later on with Peel back here trying to save a little bit of tire?
Well, it's just a different mindset overall, Jake, when you realize that this is going to be the run that leads into the championship. No more are the stages and those guaranteed cautions that will put the field back together to give these guys those opportunities to run up high, try what works and what didn't, to what you alluded to earlier in the show. Now it's go time. It's serious. You cannot mess around. You cannot waste your tires unnecessarily. So everyone at the front 4, they're all at the inside of the racetrack. They're not trying different lanes. They know what is going to be best for them if this race stays green and enter strategy mode. But for Colin Forrester, he stays up front. He's setting laps about a 10th faster than the guys behind him, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So it looks like Forrester is on the go pedal and is looking to extend this as much as possible prior to the stint, which we are at least 20 to 25 laps away from, Jake. So are you really thinking about what you can do strategically wise now?
Yeah, I mean, you're always thinking about what you can do strategically to be able to try to one-up your competition right here at any point in time. So, you're thinking about when would be a good time to pit. Obviously, the undercut would be possible at that point. Like you mentioned, obviously, earlier on, everybody's still going to have to make that one green flag pit stop. So it's going to be when they decide to time it out. But I will say this, front four guys, all four of them in the championship four. Curtis Kelly is able to get around Kip easily. Now he's sitting comfortably right there in that fourth spot, maybe wanting to put a little bit of pressure on Steven Stempien right here for this third place. And obviously not too far ahead of him is Lawson Peel. The only one they got to worry about is Forster, who's about 2 seconds ahead of him.
And these guys might merge together. They could create a proper battle, and the same goes for the fifth place car rather. That's Kip Easley back in the 8 machine, that black and white Chevrolet. Very quiet, but very stout. Part of that Drinking Bros Racing camp, probably in the attempt to help Lawson Peel, but to help himself. He's had a rough season so far, and lately he's putting out these spotlight runs every now and then. We always take note of him whenever he runs well, and it's always great to see the 8 car up front. We'll keep an eye on him as this race moves on through. But you're right with Curtis Kelly. As a big hit to the outside wall, that's Justin Hendry.
Justin Hendry, unfortunate for him, hard impact up into the outside retaining wall, drops it down to the bottom of the racetrack. No caution on the speedway, but I was sitting there watching it right there, Kenneth. I mean, he just straight up snaps loose right here off of turn 2. Back in will step out. He's back here battling with James Conkle for that 11th spot. You'll see it right here. Hendry down on the bottom side. Just watch that wheel right there, just being very gingerly right there on it. He gets right there on that seam right there, that very first seam, straddles it, back in, starts to step out. You don't want to straddle that, and then bam, just straight up into the outside retaining wall. And I got a feeling that's a right front toe link right there that is absolutely broke on that car. He has a meatball flag, which is not a good sign. If you was at an Italian restaurant, you'd love the meatballs, but not here on iRacing.
Yeah, that's a big tab that he doesn't want to see get paid, because it's a lot of money to repair a race car in sim, and the totaling damage is going to take him a lot of time to fix. It's taken several drivers out of this race already. We noted that Justin Erb is still in the going, but it took him so long just to get that car back on track. He is 14 laps down in 13th place. Brandon Banks also got a ton of damage, and while his car is fixed, he's gone through a lot over the course of the night. So for Justin Hendry, that ugly hit to the outside wall may indeed take him out of this race, which has already been quite attrition-filled here from Homestead-Miami. How about Dakota Curtis, Shane Wyatt? This is for P8 on the racetrack, and Dakota had been involved in the crash down this back straightaway earlier on in the race. Got that all nursed up, got that fixed, and here he is with a chance at climbing further into the top 10. The league owner having a great night from Homestead despite the circumstances. But I'm surprised there, Jake, that we saw Shane Wyatt up front for most of the outing, and here on this run has fallen back considerably.
Yeah, he's fell back big time right now, and, I'm kind of curious as to why Shane may be doing that. Maybe he's just trying to save his tires and maybe try to wait for some of these other guys up here to burn their stuff up. Because granted, I mean, we talk about the championship four as much as we do, but some of these guys back here, they're on these different types of strategies as well back here, maybe trying to save tire and try to be able, to get up there and maybe pass some of these guys that they are racing in the field. So, Shane just maybe just be back there just riding and just saving his stuff. Maybe he burned them up right there at the start and everybody was able to shoot by him. So maybe that's what it is. Well, there you go. Maybe waiting on Dakota Curtis to burn his up a little bit. Now Curtis takes it down to the inside, tries to pull a little crossover right here on old Shane White.
Try it on side by side here in turn 3. Curtis got a piece of the apron there, washes up on White, the Simrat Market Chevrolet. They'll make a bit of contact going up turns 3 and 4, and Curtis, in the attempt to save the race car, had to back it down. There's Justin Erb, the lap car, potentially to go by, but Curtis escapes a bullet off turn 4 with slight contact that got him out of shape.
Well, I'll say this. I mean, you would expect a lot of door banging at short tracks, but you're getting it all. You're literally getting all you want here tonight at Homestead, here live on VSPEED. I mean, big time slide right there by Curtis. Tried to make it stick. Unfortunately, was not able to make it stick. And before he hit the wall, he hit Shane White. But hell of a save right there by Curtis. I mean, that could have been bad, like we've already seen a couple of guys from the door banging, they try to come back up on the track and just straight up lose it and knock that right front toe link out like we've already seen with Justin Hendry and all of them.
Real easy in this next-gen car to either step out of line when you hit the brakes and get sideways, or you overcorrect. That's the thing with the underbody on the car and the diffuser, is that it does not like any bit of yaw. So as soon as you step out, you've got to be real diligent, very careful to not dump the race car and get it all out of whack. You're watching second, third, and fourth. Lawson, Peele, Steven Stempy, and Curtis Kelly. They're all in frame. That's because they're separated by at least half a second, all while trailing Colin Forster. But the good news for this pack, Jake, is that they are slowly reeling in the race leader. The last several times by, Peele, Stempian, and Kelly, for the most part, have been at least a 10th faster than your race leader, who's now starting to run up high to compensate for the lack of speed in the corners as we enter strategy.
Slowly but surely, Lawson, Peele, Steven Stempy, and Curtis Kelly, all of them starting to reel him in. They knocked off about a half a second that time to Colin Forster. Now Forster, as you mentioned, trying to compensate, run that top side. Peele still running it down there on the bottom side. And we saw Forster, he straight up gassed up and he took off. Now he's going to pay for it because Peele's going to end up catching him right here. I mean, Peele, that last lap, 33.2 to Forster's 33.5. We'll see what the time looks like at this point with Forster running up on the top. 33.4 for Forster. Oh, yeah, Peele, actually, it stalled out right there. Peele run a 33.4, Stempy run a 33.3, and Curtis Kelly run a 33.5. So that outside kind of stabled it out right there.
Even out, but the thing is, they are still catching up. It was almost 2 seconds between Forrester and Lawson Peele. That was the height of it, and now it's under a second, 9/10 of a second, as it's crunching in on this long run. I think the only good thing for these guys is that they are approaching the strategy. So for Forrester, as he's bleeding off time, he understands that there at least is a pit stop remaining, so he can use that to call his car, come down pit road, and then do his business to cycle back out to the front. Albeit, if it's an undercut, it'll be on old tires. There's Stempy in there sitting in third, very calm and collected. All of these guys have been over this run. It's been very stable. And you give credit to Curtis Kelly for all that he's done to hang on to what he can behind Stempy and Peele. Now's where he's starting to move adrift. But for the most part, the 5-hour energy machine has kept his own. You've called it 9 lives over the course of this race, Jake. Maybe he's on live 7, live 6. I don't know. This could be the next live bursted if he falls too far back on strategy.
And what would it mean, honestly? I mean, it would be absolutely crazy to see Curtis Kelly just out of all this, just say something happens to the front three, because obviously we know they got to make a green flag pit stop, barring some, caution coming out right here. Curtis Kelly may end up being able to leapfrog all of them, and he may end up winning this thing. With all the lives, all the 9 lives that he's used here tonight, he may have one left in his arsenal to be able to pull it off. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. But the battle is going to be on for the lead here in just a little bit, because Lawson Peele has caught Colin Forster at about a half a second. It's actually dropping now to below 0.3 of a second. It's going to be 0.2 of a second. Hell, he may have a shot to go for the lead right here coming off turn 4.
He's there, that's for sure. Under half a second now, 2 car lengths between your leaders. The bright orange Dunkin' Donuts machine is playing defense, looking in that rearview mirror. He bobbles out of turn 4. Here's the chance for Peele to duck underneath and take the championship and race lead. He'll push to Forrester in 1. On the outside is the Florida native, Peele down low. He'll straddle the seam on the inside, and Colin Forrester has to back out. Lawson Peele to the race lead.
And what Stempian's got to do is he's got to figure out a way to get around Forrester if Forrester starts slipping back. Because I'm going to tell you, if Stempian and Forrester, if they start battling it out for that second spot, Peele can straight up check out and be gone right here. So when Stempian catches Forrester, he's got to do away with him very, very quickly right here. Forrester's still kind of hanging with him. He's got that draft trying to stay right there with Peele. But once Forrester starts slipping back, Stempian's got to pass him, but he's got to pass him very, very fast.
And with 64 laps to go at the stripe, Colin Forrester understands that he's going to bleed time, but he has to nurse this car until the end of the run. We haven't seen this quite yet. We saw it a bit in stage 2 when they had to pit under green, but for the most part, you're pitting at around lap 40 to 45 in your stint. At this juncture of the race, if you pitted now, you still cannot make it to the checkered flag. So you have to wait it out a little longer to at least lap 220. And from there, that's when you can start making your calls to pit road, knowing that you at least have enough fuel to the checkered flag, barring any overtime finishes. But for Colin Forrester, his bleed continues, hemorrhaging back to Steven Stepien, who sits in third. Curtis Kelly has gone out of the picture. He's several seconds back. That black dot at the back of your screen that now you can't see. And Forrester is fighting all that he can with this race car all over the place. And Stepien here to take second away.
Stepien will easily, I believe easily, yes, he will take over second right there, easily over Colin Forrester. So Forrester just basically riding that top side, just riding what he's put himself in right here. Granted, he took off. He was about 2 seconds ahead of all, literally over everybody, 2 seconds over everybody. Now he's going to have to pay for it right here. And that's going to be the interesting part, is we're going to see whether or not Forrester's going to try to do the leapfrog and try to do what he basically did earlier on and see if it'll play out for him. We'll see how that plays out there. You see Reedy, you see Wyatt, both these guys battling it out. Reedy almost puts it up in the fence. Wyatt tried to take a shot on the inside, but Reedy got the run off the outside.
There's Austin Reedy, the onboard look from his Team Aero Designs Toyota Camry, being able to make the move here for fifth place on Shane Wyatt. And Austin Reedy, quite a surprise this season to not be in the championship for like he was a year ago at Homestead-Miami. He's arguably the most consistent driver of the season, if it's not Lawson or Steven Stepien. He was the points leader for most of the regular season, several top fives, many chances at winning the race, but many second place finishes on the way. He's got a streak of top 10s going all the way back to Michigan back in early October. And here he is fighting with Wyatt again, not giving up the fight. And this is a great battle here for this top 5 spot. And Wyatt will switch over in front. Reedy cannot respond. And this is the best battle we've seen so far. But they are catching up, Jake, to Curtis Kelly. So in the meantime, as the run progresses, they may make it 3 cars strong. And there's Kelly holding on all by himself on the track.
Yeah, I mean, just absolutely all by himself. That'll be interesting. And I'm starting to kind of watch some of these guys as to how they are running this, run right here. Obviously, we talked about, how they were shifting going into turn 3 and 4, and obviously in 1 and 2 as well. Some of them have actually got it to the point of just how they get their gears lined up. Some of them at this point in the run are just running in 4th gear. I saw it a while ago with Austin Reedy. He just kept it in 4th gear all the way up to when it, bounced off the chip. Going into the corner just to be able to keep it, where he's at. The thing about it is you want to have good high RPMs to be able to get that drive off the corner, but the one thing you got to watch out for, those high RPMs, rear tire spin. And that's what we've been seeing with a lot of guys that get loose coming off these corners and stepping out sideways. These guys got to be careful when they're in that 4th gear with them high RPMs coming off these corners.
The philosophy that I've heard from other sim racers is that if you have a tight race car, you shift into 4th to loosen up. If you are a loose race car, you'll stay in 5th and you'll tighten the race car up. This car runs off the right front tire more often than not. But if you stay in 4th gear, like Austin Reedy is, either it's an attempt to loosen up the race car or the tires have fallen off so far to the point where he doesn't need to shift to 5th because there's no real reason to if you're in the middle of the corner and you're running that slowly. A look on board from Stepien, who continues the upshift to 5th and the downshift back to 4th in the corner. It's what allowed him and Peel to be so fast on a ton of the 1.5 mile tracks this season. And it's allowed Jake Lawson to win the 1.5 mile races that he did at Las Vegas 2 weeks ago and at Charlotte, and to be in contention for some of the other intermediate tracks that we've encountered over the schedule. Funny enough, though, that Stepien has not won an intermediate track this season. The only big track win that he's got that's not a super speedway is Darlington, which was his most recent W in the series. So it looks like it's a battle between the Titans again. These guys are now about 49 to 50 laps in the strategy, so we'll keep an eye on when they come down pit road. Shane Wyatt, in the meantime, is getting down to business, passing Curtis Kelly in the fight for 4th.
Shane Wyatt able to take that spot. Now he will secure that 4th spot. Curtis Kelly will slip back to 5th, basically just holding on for whatever he can. Like we talked about, all those 9 lives, I think he might have used them up, all of them, from throughout the race. Now he's just going to have to sit there and just hope for something to happen, maybe get a little bit more lucky. But Shane White shoots right past him. Check out Curtis Kelly. He's still doing that shifting deal. He's going to shift it back down into fourth right here. Maybe not, actually. Well, there for a second. Yes, he's going to keep it in fifth gear. This is a little bit different strategy right here. And one of those things about keeping it in fifth gear right there, Kenneth, is they're not having to worry about getting loose coming off the corner. You can actually save tire doing it that way in that fifth gear, but at the cost of being fast. So Curtis, obviously, he's not having any handling issues out of that 71 right now, but he is very, very slow. So he's saving tire, but he's being very slow, and that's why everybody's being able to leapfrog him right here.
Probably learning a little bit from the last one. Remember, him and Colin Forster were fighting loose race cars for most of that run, so you could probably tally that to the fact that he wants his race car to be a little more snug. He wants it to turn a little more. He doesn't want it to be outright wrecking loose to the point where he cannot hang on to it, and you just start losing more time in the process. There's the gap between first and second. That's the battle for the lead and the battle for the championship. 1.7 seconds between Columbus, Mississippi's Lawson Peel, Boston, Massachusetts, Steven Stempien. Two of the most dominant drivers this season. They are several of the guys that have won a bulk of the schedule. And here they are again as we enter strategy. And by this point, I'd say this is the marker, Jake, to where if you do come down pit road, you are able to make it all the way to the checkered flag without a problem on fuel, especially with the overtime finishes that we still could have. But I don't know, it's getting really close. I'm not sure if I can really make a decision if I'm any of the drivers, and I imagine you'd agree with me there, Jake. It's just so close to the marker, and the distance so large between everyone in the field right now.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, actually, we may have our answer right here. Colin Forster is going to elect to go ahead and take that shot and go down pit road. Curtis Kelly's going to follow him right here. Kelly locks him up going into the pits. Hold back in, stepped out right there. Not really sure if he got busted for speeding or not just yet. But there's your answer right there for some of them that maybe want to try to leapfrog this right here. Riding on board with Kelly, trying to get all he can get going in. Locks him up. I don't see how he didn't get busted for speeding right there, Kenneth, because he straight up sent it in there. I would have hated to been in front of that 71 right there. You would have been like a bug on a windshield. You would have went splat right there.
He had all four tires locked up, but he barely made pit road speed limit. I see no black flags for Kelly, so he's okay. He escapes that while Colin Forster leaves pit road. They're on that merge line there at the inside of turns 1 and 2, and your leaders still no call from them, not electing to reach pit road right now. But if you're Colin Forster and Kelly, that may be what you need to do in a sense. You've got to severely undercut the race leaders because you've lost so much time to them. And overall over the run, you're not the fastest car. You can keep up if you're Colin Forster if it's 15 to 20 laps, but if the run gets longer than that, his race and his chances really diminish severely. So it will come down to having the fresh tires now, pushing and just waiting for these leaders to come onto pit road. Bit of an unrelated note that has nothing to do with the championship four, but one thing to do with the sentiment of this series and what the drivers are feeling in relation to this series coming to a close. As there's Alex Muscarella on pit road and Justin Erb there in the fight with James Kunkel there down the back straightaway. Chuck Feltz is not in this race tonight. He was a normal name throughout this Season 7 campaign. He's been around in the series for a couple years now. Lots of the guys like to make fun of him for his big muscles. They think he's very threatening, but he's a heartwarming guy to get to know in person. Very cool man to talk to when the races are over and everyone's hopping in a voice chat, just talking together. He's not in the race tonight because he is out of town, but he is celebrating the birthday of the Marine Corps, which is today. So a fellow salute to Chuck Feltz. A thank you to all that he did, all of his service, and to all of the Marines that have given their life and given their effort to sacrificing for this country and for this freedom, with Veterans Day tomorrow as well. So a big thank you to Chuck Feltz. A big send-off to Chuck as well. We hope he's doing well. We hope that he's enjoying the action tonight from Homestead-Miami Speedway, enjoying the time off. Much love to him as well.
Yeah, and I'll echo that one right there to you, Kenneth, right there. I mean, obviously, the redneck announcer, obviously, he absolutely loves, the military and the veterans for everything that they do, to keep us safe and allow us to be able to do this, have some fun on a great Sunday night, calling a great race that we're seeing out here tonight. So, thank you very much to all the veterans and, you know, that have served, are serving. You know, that's just what it's all about. It's about the veterans this weekend. So shout out to old Chuck. I know he's going to be loving this one right here because, you know, me and Chuck, we've had, you know, he's actually done a little bit of broadcasting with me as well, Kenneth.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's pretty good at it. He learned a little bit through the, I believe it was the Sunoco Winter Series or the Fastenal Winter Series, whichever one it was. But, I mean, Chuck, I mean, he's awesome, man. He's got the guns. He's got the bigger guns. He's got bigger guns than I got. I can promise you that.
He's got way bigger guns than me. I'm a stick compared to him. I wouldn't even stand a chance. But I didn't know that he did commentary. That's crazy.
He did a little bit. He did a little bit right there for the Fastenal Winter Series when we was up there. I'm trying to remember. I think Eddie Smith, we done a little bit with him as well out of all that. But, might want to quit talking about that. Stepien on pit road for the final time right here. So Steven Stepien is elected to go ahead and try to leapfrog Lawson Peel. Now we'll see what Peel decides to do this time by. Is he going to go in or is he going to stay out there and run some laps?
This is the money stop for the race leaders. Colin Forrester and Curtis Kelly are 6th and 7th, mind you. That's where they're going to cycle out as the several drivers up front, top 4, still needed to come down pit road. There's the hop of the brakes, downturn in the RPMs. Peel is loose, but he holds on to the car. He's on pit road safely. And so Shane Wyatt is next up to take the top spot if he does not come down pit road, which he will not. So Wyatt will lead the extra lap. There is Curtis Kelly in the attempt to unlap himself on the racetrack, sitting 7th. Forrester has already unlapped himself, sitting 4th. And where does Lawson Peel come out? As Stepien merges back to the back straightaway, there's Forrester entering turn 3, and the difference by several car lengths. Peel is out now. Where does he come out?
I got a feeling he's going to come out with a lead right here, and this may not be what some of the Stepien fans wants to see right here. There you see it. Here he comes, Stepien, trying to come down pit road just now at the exit of pit road. Lawson Peel already working his way on that exit ramp, I guess you could say. Forster's actually going to jump Lawson Peel right here, so Forster will assume the lead. We've already seen how that was going to work out. Now it's going to be whether or not Forster can save his stuff right here, and it's just going to determine how this is going to work out right here. Forster's going to have to back it down, try to save some tire right here if he wants to have a shot and try to win this whole championship.
Well, after this strategy, it's 41 laps to go, so very, very hefty run that Forster did not outlast Peel in. Right before these green flag pit stops, there are still 2 drivers left to come down pit road. It's Shane Wyatt, who's about 8/10 up the road from Austin Reedy, the car you're watching right now. They were in a battle for 5th earlier on in this race. And there's Brandon Banks, who's sitting in 8th, also a driver that just came down pit road. The 3 that are left, your top 2, and then Dakota Curtis, who's still got at least 20 or so laps until he can come down pit road, because he cannot make it all the way to the end of this race. And boy, the battle for the lead might just heat up just as the battle for the championship lead comes to a close. Austin Reedy is picking up ground on Shane Wyatt.
He is absolutely starting to close in big time on Shane Wyatt. We've already saw Shane struggle a little bit with the handle of that number 27 race car. As he slides up to the top side, he's going to try to see if he can just try to mosey it around and try to get what he can get out of this. Reedy trying to see if he can try to reel him in. When will they elect to make that pit stop right here? It's not going to be this time. Reedy's going to stay out. Wyatt's going to stay out. Peel still not really gaining a whole lot of ground on Forster, but the battle may be on here in the next couple of laps unless they pit, Kenneth. It's going to be between Shane Wyatt and Austin Reedy.
This is holding out hope for a potential caution flag to alter the entire complexion of the run. And for Austin Reedy, who's searching for his first win in over a year, would love to see a checkered flag fall his way in 2024 in its final season. And Shane Wyatt, who's desperately reaching out for his first career win in his first season. And boy, Reedy is all over the place off turn 4, holding on to the race car. And that's the fight we're watching right now. It's at least half a second between these two. Reedy on the inside, the onboard look from his Camry.
I'll say this, I mean, he is absolutely sideways. Reedy is, I mean, just driving it like a dirt late model on a dirt track right now. And he is just trying to hold on, trying to get that draft off of Shane Wyatt. I do want to mention Forrester still has it by about 2 seconds right now over Colin Forrester, or excuse me, Forrester got it 2 seconds over Lawson Pill. So we'll stay or keep everybody with that battle that's going on. Reedy's still trying to hold on to it up here and still trying to put pressure on Wyatt all over his back bumper. Still waiting on both of them to pit. But hey, at least they're putting on a hell of a show up here for this lead.
They're putting on a big show. Boy, the bobble by Wyatt off turn 2. And there's the striking Reedy. Smells blood in the water. Looks for turn 3. And he'll stay up high, stay behind the rookie. Not pushing the issue now, but he knows he can get the run on the inside. The battle for the lead continues, and Wyatt holds his ground in his defense, but not for long. He'll wiggle off turn 4, and Reedy stays back, though.
Reedy's still trying to reel him in. Looks to the outside. Wyatt going to take it right about the middle lane, right above that first seat. Reedy all the way up top, going to try to get the run. Be careful, don't want to get too loose. Yes, he's going to get the run. Take Austin Reedy all the way to the front. He will grab the lead over Shane Wyatt. Wyatt will slide back into that second spot as here comes Brandon Banks trying to unlap himself in that 54.
And now Shane Wyatt calls for pit road. He got the race lead stolen away from him. He says, I'm pitting this time. So at lap 231 with 36 laps to go, Shane Wyatt, the rookie, is in, leaving the lone Reedy to come down pit road. We know that Reedy cannot make it till the end. He's gone 70 laps on his stint, which is a miracle to say so myself. Was not expecting to see a car go this far on strategy, but Reedy is still hanging on for what it's worth as the leaders in the championship get by Shane Wyatt. That gap between Forrester and Peel remains at about 1.5 seconds. And now here's Reedy entering pit road. Colin Forrester will assume the lead of the race and the championship.
We'll see how this works out for Forrester. Obviously, that lead kind of staying right about where it has been the past couple of laps. And Forrester and Peel, honestly, they're just mirroring lap times right now. Stampian back there mirroring the same lap times that Forrester and Peel is running. So Stampian's actually got to find a little bit of ground and get up here and you know, get with these guys. So we'll see how that works out. But there you see Lawson Peel. There you see Steven Stampian. Curtis Kelly back up here sitting in that 5th spot, which will be 4th spot now that you see on your screen. Riding on board with Stampian. He sees Lawson Peel up there ahead of him. Colin Forrester still got the lead. All of it going to be playing out over the next couple of laps. I got a feeling we're in for a treat.
We're in for a close one. Remember how close these guys got over the long run before pit stops. They were all within striking distance, not within a possibility to go on the inside or outside for position, but enough to be there. And if you've got to run this long enough, you may anticipate that Forrester will run out of tire life at the end of the run, getting Lawson Peel closer. And if that becomes a fight, that further invites Steven Stampian, who's further behind by at least a couple 10ths of a second. So, you know, you've got 3 really strong drivers that have an easy shot at winning this race if it comes down to green flag strategy. Curtis Kelly is 8.7 seconds off the race leader, 5.5 seconds off of Steven Stampian. So if this continues the way it is without any problems for the 3, Kelly might be in trouble if it means going for his first Sunoco Cup Series title, and he may just be too far out of the equation. But for Colin Forrester, Jake, are you struggling a little? Are you starting to panic if you're watching Lawson Peel close up a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily be scared or anything like that. I mean, he's only cutting in about 1/10 of a second each time. So, I mean, Peel's going to get there. It's just going to be, you know, how Peel's going to be able to try to get around him. Because, I mean, Kenneth, you know as well as I do, catching them is one thing, passing them is another. And Forrester, obviously, we saw how he was racing a while ago, trying to make moves. We already saw him try to run the top side. If he can keep it out of the fence, I got a feeling he may end up giving Lawson Peel a run for his money. Peel is a 10th faster, but at the same time, you see a little bit of lap traffic up here may play a factor right here. But if I'm Forrester, I'm not too concerned until Peel gets to my back bumper. Then that's when I need to be really concerned and figure out which lane I want to be in.
But he's closing in with 30 laps to go, so it's almost looking inevitable here that Peel will catch up and will try to make a pass for the top spot and the championship position. The onboard look with Forrester as Peel closes in further. And it is only going to get tighter. It's about how much of a fight Forrester will put up and how much defense he'll play to to potentially allow Steven Stepien to get closer to this battle and make it a three-way fight for the final Sunoco Cup Series title. That would be wonderful to see if it does go down. And talking about trying to get laps done here at Homestead, these three, first, second, and third, are all very skilled at this specific track. For Lawson, it's his favorite track on the sim if we're talking ovals. For Colin Forrester and Steven Stepien, they've shared success in other leagues and in this series here at Homestead Miami when it comes down to leading laps and being there at the end. Multiple drivers in this group were excited when Homestead Week came around on the sim for the officials. One thing that is different from sim racing versus real life racing in stock cars is that you have a lot of time to get practice in, and Peel has dialed up his race car to get the inside. Almost a bit of contact between the leaders down the straightaway.
Forrester tried to put the block on him. We'll see what happens now. Forrester up the back bumper, gives him the bumper, gives Peel the shot, but Peel able to hold on to it, and that might be all she wrote, unless we see something crazy happen, which, Kenneth, you know as well as I do, we've seen crazier things happen here on iRacing, but Forrester took a shot, tried to knock him up the hill, wasn't able to do it. I mean, hey, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's like you said, will you wreck your mom for a championship? You already saw it right there from Forrester. Forrester probably wasn't going to wreck him. He was going to try to move him. And now Forrester's just got to be hoping for anything to help him out right here.
And if there was no caution, is that Forrester's last gasp? Is that his try? Is that the only shot that he's got? If it means going for a Sunoco Cup title, he tried pushing Peel out of the way, and it's unsuccessful. He's falling down half a second, and he is half a second slower than the tertiary car in Steven Stepien. So the time is bleeding off. The cliff has arrived. For Colin Forrester is the onboard look from Stepien. He can see the two in the view, and he can see that orange car very closely.
Yeah, and I got a feeling he's probably going to reel him in big time. There you see Stepien very calm, cool, collected right now, just being very focused, just trying to run laps. Do like he's done numerous times here on iRacing, or even on NASCAR Racing 2003, or however you want to look at it. Just run his race right here. From what I'm seeing, give or take, running about the same lap time still as Lawson Peel. They're both matching one another. Obviously, Stepien way faster right now than Forrester. He's going to run him down right here, but like I said before, he's got to get around him. He's got to get around him quick right here if he wants to have a shot at Lawson Peel right here. And like I said, you never know. We may see a caution right here with 5 to go. I wouldn't be surprised, and for that to be the finish here for the Sunoco Cup Series. It'd be awesome to see.
Well, remember, last season it came down to an overtime finish. It came down to 3 wide for the championship between these 3 drivers. So if there's anything to say is that it's not over until the checkered flag is there, or even until the white flag displays. They know they cannot extend the race past the scheduled 400-mile distance. There's Stepien making easy work of Colin Forrester. That he's just on a boat right now, drifting away from the shoreline. Lap by lap, Forrester continues to bleed off time. He's more than a half a second slower than your top 2 right now, which are separated by 1.6 seconds. And like you said, Jake, the times between Peel and Stepien are almost mirror image. You got to give the upper hand to Stepien, but it's by several hundredths of a second. It's not enough to make huge inroads on the leader, but it's enough to maybe make a difference with 23 laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's all Stepien can do right now, like I said, is just run his race, run a clean line. Don't let the car step out from up under him. Just like I said, just do what you've been doing, for, 245 laps. I mean, just keep doing the same thing that you've been doing and just hope for something to happen. You never know. Peel might get caught up in some lap traffic. We may see the caution. We could see anything happen at this point there. You mentioned last season it finished well over the distance in overtime. So anything's possible right here, but as far as the times goes, they're matching, they're mirroring, all that right there. Stepien's going to have a little bit of help. Either that or he's back there saving as much as he can. If he is, he needs to gas up and he needs to go.
And that time by, Peel is about a 10th or so faster than Steven Stepien, so it doesn't help the Massachusetts natives' case if it wants a title. And Lawson continues to stretch out his lead. Talk about attrition over the course of this race. Right now, as we see it, there are 14 cars on the track right now, and 9 of them are on the lead lap. 10th place, Dustin Reeves is a lap down. 2 laps down is James Kunkel in 11th. Justin Erb is 12th, 14 laps behind the leaders. The only other car that's technically on track is on pit road, and that's Alex Muscarella, who is 183 laps down in 21st. This race has taken out a ton of competitors, from Justin Hendry with the toe link damage to Chris Progar to Stephen Harlow and Brad Fulham, and the list just continues for those that found trouble over the course of this race and could not escape it. Boy, Reeves is getting all of that outside wall there and a bit more off of turn 2 as he tries to run in 10th that lap down with a lucky dog spot in hand. Battle for 6 is underway. Austin Riddy and Kip Easley just decided amongst themselves who was the better driver, and I think Austin Riddy just won by that in 16 laps. Fresher tires he's got than Easley, and there's Shane Wyatt down to the inside. I'd say, Jake, even though we may have a battle for the championship lead on our hands, we could have a great battle here for P6 developing between Wyatt and Riddy, who could not escape each other under the green flag strategy.
Yeah, I mean, both of them literally was door banging at one point, coming off of just about every single turn that there was right here. So we'll see how that works out for Wyatt. Last lap run a 33.3, Reedy run a 33.1 right there. So we'll see how this works out. But keep in mind, Wyatt was trying to get around Kip Easley right there. So maybe that's where that time kind of dropped off a little bit right there for Shane Wyatt. So, you know, it's like you said, we may see a hell of a battle right here between those guys as well. You see Stepien right here just trying to get anything that he can, just watching the laps tick away and just waiting and just seeing if anything will go his way right here. Obviously, we talked about it, Lawson Peel, very fast. He loves this track right here. What it would mean to him going for 3 in a row, that would be big for Lawson Peel. What it would mean for Steven Stepien to win this. I mean, so many storylines. That's what broadcasters like me and you, Kent, that's what we love. We love to see the storylines. We got a lot of them out here tonight. It just depends on how it's going to play out for who.
And there are swings in momentum, big ones between your top two. On the last lap, Stepien had been about 2/10 faster than Peel, and then swing a lap, Peel is now 2/10 faster, and then Stepien on the racetrack. So the gap continues to grow. It's now 2.1 seconds, and at some point, Jake, there is going to be a point of no return, right, for Stepien. As long as Lawson Peel doesn't find himself in any mistakes or find himself in a situation where the caution does come out or where he bleeds a ton of time deliberately, Steven Stepien may be too far back to make something happen for this championship. We're down to 16 laps to go, which gives you a lot of time to work with still, but when's that threshold to where if you're not making big gaps up and if you're not crunching down on the lap time, when is it that it's too late to make something go down?
I mean, honestly, I mean, if give or take, probably about 5 to go. It could be more than that. It could be about 10 laps to go. Which is close it up here very, very soon. So what he needs, I mean, he's going to need a caution, I feel like, because he is still losing ground. So that threshold could be right now. Honestly, Kenneth, what he needs, he's going to need a little bit of help. He's going to need Lawson Peel to get behind some lap traffic. He's going to need him to smoke his tires and then have to try to gather it up for about 2 laps. He's going to need something to happen right here with Lawson Peel. I mean, you could look at 5 to go, you could look at 10 to go, or hell, you could look at right now. But one of those options, I would say now. You know, honestly, I would say now. He's going to need some help right now if he wants to have a shot to try to catch Lawson Peel.
2 seconds still, and the gap has plateaued between your leaders. It's crunched down for some others. Curtis Kelly is catching up to Brandon Banks in the fight for 4th. You were peeking at that for just a moment. And that battle for the lead, it just stays where it's at. Peel is not worried right now. As there's the Geico Chevrolet, Brandon Banks searching for another career top 5 in this series. And talking about Lawson's progression through the field, Banks has to get a lot of credit for this as well. 22nd on the starting grid, didn't put down a queue time. And Banks, who has 1 career win in this series that came at Dover last season, is looking for number 2. It may not happen as long as this race stays green, but for Banks here, Jake, I'd say it's just another great run. Something that Banks is really good at is getting consistent finishes and getting them in quiet fashion. He didn't stand out from the crowd that much over this race, but he's done well enough to put himself in this position. Gives you the high note in the final race like this.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want. You know, even though this is the last race for the Sunoco Cup Series, you still want to go out on a high note regardless of what it is. And if you go out on a high note, it carries momentum. for what's going to happen in the Dropping the Hammer Cup Series, or what you got going on in your other race leagues. Because I guarantee you right now, each one of these guys, this ain't the only series that they run. I would say at least 2 or 3 people in this league right here run in a different league. So that momentum can carry over to other leagues. So it's a never-ending thing, Kenneth, with some of these guys, racing in different leagues. They can carry momentum here at the end of this, and they can go into a race tomorrow night and carry that momentum and think, yeah, I finished top 5 last night for the Sunoco Cup Series. I'm going into my league race tonight. It may be at Vegas. Maybe you run the same car. You can carry momentum into that. So those are different things that these guys are looking for. But, I mean, think about it. Top 6 guys, 3 of them didn't even qualify, and they're up here running in the top 6. That's impressive.
Shows you that track position didn't really matter that much over this race, but also tells you how talented these guys are at the front of this field. I mean, Lawson, for what he's been able to do in his short-lived tenure in this series, but one that's very impactful. 23 wins, the most of anyone in the series. 2 Sunoco Cup titles, 2 of them coming consecutively. Steven Stempien with the wins he's picked up this season and over his career. Colin Forrester, only in his sophomore campaign, but 2 Championship 4 appearances. Brandon Banks with a career win and a long-lasting impact. Austin Riddy with many wins to his tally and so many stories he can carry on from this series and being a part of it. Curtis Kelly being a part of the top 6 and all that he's done for this series as well. Just so many names that have been around for a little while, and I know that Shane Wyatt can only say that he's taken part in 1 Sunoco Cup Series campaign, but he's definitely made an impact, and he impressed many drivers in the field and impressed us as broadcasters, and he goes to the inside and makes easy work of Curtis Kelly. That's for P6.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I've watched Shane White race as well. I mean, obviously, the Fastenal Winter Series that we were talking about earlier, Shane White went out there, and he was nailing it in that. He was also nailing it in the Sunoco Winter Series, that we had for the, the Super Speedway portion of it for the Winter Series last season. I mean, he was knocking it down in that. So Shane White, not necessarily a new name. Granted, he is a rookie in this, but he's not new to some of these guys in here, I guess you could say, because he was doing a pretty good job in that Winter Series last season. So he knows how to get it done, and I got a feeling he's going to be around for quite some time. But, I mean, what else can you say about Lawson Peel? I mean, just straight up driving away with this lead right now. Stempien, this is your point of no return. If it wasn't already 5 laps ago, it is now. He has got to get something. He's got to get something done right here. He's got to get something done. He's got to get some luck on his side, or Lawson Peel's going to run away with this thing.
Yeah, Stempien doesn't appear fast enough, at least faster than Lawson Peel, to continue to cut down on this 2.5-second lead. It's only amplifying as the race progresses. It's not necessarily growing at a rapid rate, not exponentially, but it's growing slowly enough to the point where Stempien cannot make a run at this portion of the race with 6 laps to go. He will need a huge mistake by Peel or a caution flag. The great equalizer here in stock car racing is that you can throw a yellow and get everyone bunched up together for a restart inside 5 laps to go, which will help Colin Forrester and Curtis Kelly. Mind you, they have that extra set of Goodyear Eagles that they can work with in this race. But again, that's down to a drastic measure. And as it stands right now, with 5 laps to go, Lawson Peel is en route to his 3rd straight Sunoco Cup title. There's Colin Forrester, who had the lead, took some laps of his own, but maybe too far out of it in his 2nd Championship 4 try.
And Stempien may actually be wanting to try to get with Dakota Curtis and maybe ask him how much would it be for caution. I mean, at this point, just to try to help him out somehow, some way. It just doesn't look like it's going to work out for him right here. But, I mean, still got plenty of time right here. 5 to go. Anything can happen. Dustin Reeves going down pit road right here. 2 laps down. Wasn't able to pull the strategy off right here. So, anything can happen. 5 to go. Anything can happen. Could get a caution. Peel could slip. I mean, he's been fast all night long, but, I mean, anything can happen. We'll see how this works out.
That's what you can't do, is just call this race over before it's really over, and that's probably in the back of the head of Lawson Peel in some way, right? He's probably thinking, there's 4 laps to go this time. If there's a yellow, it's the last thing I want to see. The last thing I want to do is start working extra hard to find a championship or dominate the race the way that he has, and then turns out his championship gets stolen from him because of one move on the inside, or one faulty push, or one small mistake made under overtime. It's made or break several races this season. Mind you, back at Richmond, we didn't think Alex Huffman would win the race, but then all of a sudden, Colin Forster gets moved out of the way, Huffman is there, and that's the race win. Everything can change in the matter of a moment. But as the laps continue to wind down, Lawson Peel is seeing his fate get closer and closer in the front windshield. He's on the back straightaway with a half lap to go until 2 laps remaining.
Here he goes into turn number 3 and 4. Lawson Peel.
And there's the caution!
You have got to be kidding me. Justin Erb in the 20. Caution is out. Kenneth, this changes everything right here.
And there it is. This race is not decided yet. Caution flag thrown for Justin Erb, who locks it up in turns 1 and 2. I don't know what happened here. Oh, a mechanical issue there for Erb. His wheel goes immediately to the right, and his wheel immediately stops working. And that is the caution flag, and we are headed to overtime from Homestead-Miami.
I am shocked right here. Honestly, Kenneth, I am straight up shocked. I mean, I don't know what else to say right there. And, I mean, you see it right here. Watch Herb right here of just how it is right here. I mean, this is nothing crazy. I mean, yeah, I mean, bam. I mean, this is like the wheel disconnects. And that's one of them things, Kenneth, with sim racing and all that, is that there is mechanical failures. I mean, to a certain extent, there is mechanical failures. Like with real racing, somebody might blow an engine, they break a toe link or however you want to look at it. This is different right here with our racing, is that there is mechanical failures. Wheel can lock up, wheel can completely turn off, your pedals can disconnect. I mean, it's technology. I mean, that's how it is, but this is going to be a restart for the ages right here between Lawson Peel, Steven Stippian, Colin Forster, and don't count out Curtis Kelly back there in 6th. He's got a shot. Is everybody coming off pit road?
Look at the run off pit road. It was close between Peel and Stepien. Colin Forster out there in 3rd. Brandon Banks and Curtis Kelly, the top 5. And this was the run off the lane. That's how close it gets.
That's tight right there. That is straight up about as tight as you can get right there. And this will be interesting because Peel will obviously get the preferred, when he wants to start and everything else. And Stempien's just going to have to time this right. He's got him a shot right here. He gets lucky. Caution comes out. Stempien's got a shot. Try to get him one right here. So, and Forster, we saw how fast he was on the short run. Don't count out Colin Forster. He's going to have a shot right here as well.
Only problem is, while everyone else was on the long-term approach and Forrester was on the short-run approach, now everyone's running with 2 laps to go. So it's now the mindset of anything goes, and if you're Steven Stempien, you've got to throw it all and then some if you want a Sunoco Cup Series championship. And the same goes for Forster. Curtis Kelly could be a little too far back, sitting P6, but your top 3, all of them yellow-bannered cars with a chance at this championship, and you never quite know. This will be our first attempt at overtime here at Homestead, and the rules go as follows. In overtime, if we go into this situation, which we are, we will double the field up with 2 laps to go, and we'll get the green flag. If the leader takes the white flag, then this race will be official no matter what. We'll decide a winner and a Sunoco Cup champion. However, if a caution does wave before the leader catches the white flag, we will double up and do it all over again. We have 3 attempts to finish this race under green. If the yellow comes out before the white flag on the final overtime attempt, then we are ending this race under yellow with whoever is the race leader. Now, Jake, if you're Lawson Peel, you've dominated the last half of this race. What are you thinking now?
I'm mad. Honestly, if I'm Lawson Peel, I mean, I had this sucker in the bag by a mile right here. There you see him right there. I mean, he's just wondering what could have been. I should already be, kissing the babies and holding the women and, getting the trophy and all that stuff. He should have already had this bad boy. Now he's going to have to go through what will be one of the biggest restarts of his iRacing career. Steven Stepien's going to go through one of the biggest restarts of his iRacing career. Forster's going to have to go through it. All of these guys are going to have to go through it as well. Bittersweet moment tonight. Big deal right here on the line. This is going to get interesting. This is going to be one of the craziest restarts I think anybody that is watching this or even heard of the Sunoco Cup Series. This is going to be one of the wildest restarts that you'll probably ever see on iRacing.
This is going to be a storybook finish for a storied series. In the final Sunoco Cup Series event, it is coming down to 2 laps and 2 laps only. Lawson Peel searching for a 3rd consecutive title. Stepien, Forrester searching for their 1st. And everyone else trying to do what they can to win this race. Our first attempt at Sunoco Cup overtime is now. Pace car makes the left. To pit road, the Chevrolets adorn the front row. Lawson Peel takes us into overtime. 2 laps to go in the championship finale.
Peel's going to get away with the lead with ease. Banks going to try to follow him. Now he's going to try to jump down and close the hole. Stepien going for 2nd. Peel all by himself. Stepien's got to get out of the gas. Stepien's going to get tagged. Forster tags him in the back end. And now Banks goes down. Peel all by himself with all the chaos happening behind him.
They fan across the back straightaway. Stepien's out of reach. And now Colin Forrester takes 2nd, but he is so far back. Half a second to the race leader. White flag in the air from Homestead-Miami.
Forster trying to see if he can muster something up and maybe get a run and get lucky. Then behind him, Curtis Kelly, way up on the top side, gets up into the fence. Forster gonna have to send it right here. He's gonna have to find something. He is all but sideways. Here comes Curtis Kelly for 2nd, but it is all Lawson Peel going into 3.
He is too far ahead, and in the entry to 3 and 4, Lawson Peel is gonna love this in 3s. It's golden for the Columbus, Mississippi native. Lawson Peel is the 2024 Sunoco Cup Series champion.
What a drive by Lawson Peel. Curtis Kelly, how about you? Going a lap down earlier on, gets lucky all but he can. 1 spot short. He will come home 2nd. Colin Forrester will end up getting 3rd. Shane White gets 4th. Steven Stepien ends up finishing in the 7th spot. Heartbreak for Steven Stepien here tonight at Homestead, but the night belongs to Lawson Peel.
And just when we thought more history couldn't be written in this series, Lawson showed us there's still some history to be made. The first driver in series history to win 3 consecutive titles. And as the winningest driver in Sunoco Cup history, as he burns it down from Homestead, Lawson Peel brings you tonight's Sunoco winning moment. More high-performance engines rely on Sunoco fuels than all others combined, and for over 50 years, Sunoco has been powering top drivers around the world with high-quality fuels they can trust to power them to the checkered flag. Sunoco, fueling victories from track to tank. Lawson Peel caps off 2024 with win 24. And a championship to go with it, a hefty celebration, and after a scare that took us into overtime, Lawson Peel can call himself a 3-time Sunoco Cup champion here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. As he rings in the celebrations and as we get this done and dusted from South Florida, we'll take a short break and be right back with post-race coverage of this stunning championship finale in virtual South Florida. You won't want to miss a thing. VSPEED post-race coverage on the other side for the Sunoco Cup Series finale.
What got into you? At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Fuller. Yeah. Needed F-150 for Smith build.
Got it.
Yesterday.
I know.
Don't forget my BMW.
Gotcha. Check this out. All the major online automotive sites in one place. BMW, done. F-150, done.
How's he do it?
I can search nationwide, even those classified sites. Auto Tempest, all the cars, one search. That's how I do it.
There's only one fuel that can drive the performance you demand from your car. New 94 Octane, the highest octane on the market, only at Sunoco.
Welcome back to Homestead. We have a 2024 Sunoco Cup champion, and his name is Lawson Peel. He does it for the third consecutive time in 3 seasons, and we get to talk to all of them and more as we conclude our championship coverage live on VSPEED. Let's get a look at the unofficial race results from Homestead at Miami. Lawson wins after starting 20th, didn't even put a qualifying time, came all the way back, swept the stages, and he survives in overtime to win the championship. Curtis Kelly on the back foot all night long after being a lap down and having to get his way back through the field. He escapes to second place in the championship. Second place in the running order, Colin Forrester, the teammate of Kelly, sits in third. Gave it all that he could in the final 2 laps and was instrumental in moving Stempien out of the way. Shane Wyatt is P4. Austin Reedy wraps up the top 5. Then it's Kip Easley in P6. Steven Stempien immediately left the session after the race. Obviously, emotions running high for Stempien in losing that championship. Brandon Banks is 8th. James Kunkel is 9th. And the league owner, Dakota Curtis Jake Reeves, rounds out tonight's top 10.
My brother from another mother, I guess you could say, Dustin Reeves, comes home in 11th here tonight with Justin Erb coming home in P12. Justin Hendry will end up finishing 13th. Chris Progar will get 14th. Stephen Harlow, man, what could have been for him? I mean, he was up there at the front for a good portion of the race. Unfortunately, gets caught up in a little bit of accident with Justin Erb, but unfortunately, he will finish in P15. Richard Schwably will get P16. Sean Callis will end up finishing 17th with Bill Schubiner will finish in P18. Brad Fulham will end up finishing in P19, and Chuck Stevens rounds out the top 20.
Back in 21st is Alex Muscarella, who had a strong car to start, then crashed out. Wyatt Brackett also crashed out of this race. And Garrett Brown, the Season 1 champion of the series, 236 laps down. He finishes the 23-car field from Homestead, Miami. In victory lane and in championship victory lane is Lawson Peel, who joins us now. It is your 3rd consecutive Sunoco Cup Series title, and you do it in dramatic fashion. I want to ask you first, what were the emotions when that caution flag came out with about 3 laps to go?
Not good ones. Yeah, I mean, it was just a shock. I mean, it happened last year, but it happened with like 15 to go. And I really thought we were just going to run it out. So, I mean, I knew I absolutely was going to pit. I just didn't know whether to take 2 or 4. And I'm kind of surprised nobody took 2 because I literally almost took 2. I just wanted to come out with the lead. And thankfully everybody took 4 and came out with the lead. And then Brandon was going to be lining up 4th. So I wanted the bottom, but chose to take the top, hoping to, take advantage of being able to count him down and hopefully kind of just launch out of there real well. And we did. So, turn 1 on a restart, turn 1 and 2 is just horrendous, as y'all can see, I'm sure. I mean, you just go down in there with no grip on cold tires and you enter the corner a little slower. So, you don't slide your fronts like you normally do. And so you just, you can just wash out or wipe out in there so easily on the first lap. And you saw us. We all went in there, and I mean, I was sliding. I could hear everybody in my mirror sliding, but just got out of there, and then really after that it was over. Just got out of there with such a big gap, so just had to make 3 good corners, and hopefully there was not going to be another yellow. But such an exciting race. Just love this track. Absolutely my favorite track, and so glad that the admins picked this venue for our championship here 2 weeks in a row. Because 2 years in a row, because it's just a shame to have it anywhere else, really.
I agree with you there, but Lawson, I mean, this is an emotional championship still. Not only is it the final Sunoco Cup Series season, which we'll talk about in several moments, but you make history becoming the only driver ever to win 3 championships in a row. It's a dynasty ever since you started running the Sunoco Cup Series. What does it mean to you to accomplish such a feat never done by anyone else and to leave this series as the most decorated driver now with the 3rd title?
Yeah, I mean, it feels awesome, Kenneth. And I know it probably wasn't the most popular win, but I don't know. I really think that I could have lost any 3 of them very easily. I mean, that first one at Phoenix, I really didn't feel like I was the best car, and got the lead on a late race pit stop and put myself in good position. And then last year, we all remember the finish with Colin and Steven and I being 3 wide through 1 and 2 on the last lap, and could have just got beat by one of them, or could have that wreck could have gone differently, and I could have wrecked going off that corner. And then this race, I mean, Steven was just so good. I mean, he just matched me that whole last run. I felt like the run before that, before we made the green flag stop, I was able to gap him a little bit in the last 10 laps or so, which really made the difference, I think, just because I was able to kind of keep that cushion in my back pocket for the next run. And so, but that final run there, man, he just matched me on pace the whole time. And Colin sprinted out there and kind of made me, I'm sure him too, made me drive harder than I wanted to, but it actually kind of benefited me by getting my right front hot, I think. So just all worked out, and just thrilled with the way it went, and appreciate everybody and all my teammates and you guys, and everybody that's, I've raced against and just been a part of this. It's just been an awesome 3 seasons and a lot of good memories.
Talk about those memories. I mean, I know I have plenty. I know you have
Oh,
plenty. So many great moments in this series, and I'd say this race adds to it. I mean, you and Stepien going back and forth is just a product of the friendship you guys have had over the last several years, and just the years of competition you guys have also spent in this series. So, what can you say about the moments that you've built in this series, the moments that you've spent with the guys, and how much this series means to you as it closes?
Yeah, I mean, the series means so much, and then all of those competitors, I mean so much too, because there's nothing better than having somebody you can race against and be comfortable with and have trust and know that you can go down in this corner and know that they're going to hold their line. They're not going to intentionally do anything or negligently do anything that's going to screw you up. And I have that relationship with Steven and with Colin and with Curtis, and with a lot of other guys out here. So had it with Mario too, and I think that it's impressive when like we can race like this week in and week out, and never really wreck each other. I mean, you'd think eventually somebody's gonna make a mistake, you're gonna ruin somebody's night, but really we have done a really good job of not making those mistakes and just racing well and not screw it up. And Mario and I did that for a long time, and then I think we kind of made up for it later. But yeah, just appreciate having competitors like that for sure, that you just enjoy racing against, and that that you have confidence in what they're doing, and you can trust them, and race hard and fair and clean, but have fun.
3rd consecutive Sunoco Cup title as this series goes away. I think it's easy to let you have the floor to discuss the people, the teams, everything that's made this happen for you in the way that it has.
Yeah, well, I think I did a lot of it right then, but thanks to my Drinking Bros teammates again, and just big thanks to Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves and you guys in the booth, and VSPEED, and Paul's setup shop, all my Drinking Bros teammates that weren't in the Discord with me tonight, but were watching and cheering. I know they were. All the guys in my other League 4 wide that I run, I know that all of them were watching. Shout out to them. Everybody that watched on the broadcast tonight, shout out to y'all, and again, all of my friends and competitors out here, because it's not a show when you don't have a good group of guys that show up to race with. So appreciate all of them too.
Well, Lawson, on behalf of all of us at VSPEED, at least I can say that it's been a wonderful journey watching you in this series, and we're gonna miss this series dearly. I'm probably not gonna miss you. I cover series that you race in as well, but this series is great, and you've been a big part of it. So thank you so much for all that you've done for this series, and congratulations on your 3rd career Sunoco Cup Championship. Go celebrate it. Go deserve it. Go earn it. You did it already on the track, and go earn it the celebratory way.
I will. Appreciate it, Kenneth, and right back at you. Thank you so much for what you do. And yeah, it wouldn't be the same show without you up there in the booth. So appreciate you.
Much love. That's Lawson Peel, the 3-time Sunoco Cup champion, as he enters victory lane for the 24th time in his career, 7th this season. He's earned a lot. Jake Reeves will turn to 2nd place, and it was a ride from hell for Curtis Kelly, but he rebounds to finish P2.
Yeah, you ain't kidding about a ride from hell. I mean, Curtis Kelly, buddy, you literally, I said it earlier, you're going to have to go to a gas station and buy you a $20 lottery ticket, because I'm telling you, you come out of this almost the champion by 1 spot. Tell us about your race, because I'm telling you, it was a show to watch you go from all the way 1 lap down all the way up to 2nd.
Well, I knew from the start the long run, like I said earlier, was going to be important. We struggled on that, obviously, throughout the runs, typically being the 4th or 5th place car, 4th place championship car in the end of the run, typically. And that long run was hurting me out of 2. It just would snap to the inside once in a while, and twice you saw me almost hit it, and almost hit it once and hit the inside wall once, which I thought was going to end the race. That was very scary, hitting the left front corner into the wall like that, but luckily it was just 30 seconds of damage, and we were able to rebound back. Scary at one point, thinking we weren't going to be able to get back on the lead lap before the very end of the race, which you never want to be stuck down that long, but luckily it worked out. Got to compete at the end. Didn't necessarily want a caution at the end, just for the sake of the race playing out the way it did, but was obviously excited at the chance to go run for it and rip that top line through 1 and 2 and got up to P2.
And Curtis, obviously you're the newest one out of the championship 4, but just tell the folks at home just what it means, to be in this position, to be with the Sunoco Cup Series. And obviously, like I said, you're the new one out of all of them, but your favorite memory that you've had with this historic racing organization.
Oh, favorite memory. I'm honestly going to have to throw it back to, I think, my first season racing Lawson Peel at the Charlotte Roval in a cutoff race, where I was leading for quite a while, and I didn't get the win in the end, but I was really proud of my performance, coming P2 at the end of the day, and almost clinching that winning in that I needed to the next round. That was a big race for me early on.
All kinds of memories. We've been talking about them all night long with Curtis, buddy. 1 spot short, but a hell of a night for you. Before we let you go, thank your sponsors, shout outs, anybody that's got you to this point, buddy.
Huge thanks to the league for putting on the show for the past 4 years, 3 years I've been with it. It's been a lot of fun. Really appreciate the community they've grown here. It's been a lot of friendly faces, friendly conversation, a little bit of joking back and forth, but great time. A lot of great people I've met racing here, and a lot of those are my teammates, Reedy, Colin. We've raced together for quite a while, Wyatt. And you guys in the broadcast booth, it's always great watching the races back the next day. It's one of my favorite parts of racing here.
Curtis, buddy, appreciate your time. Congratulations on a hard fought, and I mean that, hard fought 2nd place finish. Buddy, appreciate your time, and we'll see you down the road, buddy.
Appreciate it.
That was Curtis Kelly. Comes home 1 spot short, like I said, hard fought road, but now we'll go to the 3rd man, Colin Forster. He's standing by with Kenneth Bueno.
Here I am with 3rd place finisher Colin Forrester. Well, you had a lot to see on that final restart. What did you see out of the front windshield there?
Well, I saw the back of an 88 car apparently. I definitely feel pretty bad for that. But I mean, it's a championship race. I was trying to just push him, honestly, 'cause I thought we were a little closer to the exit of the corner, so I was trying to give him a push, 'cause I knew we were gonna need everything to try and catch Lawson there, 'cause he got out 3-4 tenths, maybe half a second there. I knew we were gonna need all we did, and it just didn't work out there. But I knew, honestly, on the restart, I knew once Lawson and Banks got lined up, it was going to be super difficult to even really have a chance there, just especially where I was. And then Stympian didn't get a great restart there, and then kind of drove into 1 and 2 a little harder than he needed to. But I mean, it looked like Banks almost got clear of him. So I mean, into the race, I'm not mad about it. Lawson deserved it anyway, and I'm happy he won. Well, not happy he won, but I'm not not mad he won, basically. But yeah, he definitely deserved it. So, and that caution, I was literally called someone because I knew it was over, and then I see the caution, I throw the phone and hang up. But yeah, it was a fun race overall. I don't know, just it was fun. Couldn't save the tires really good, so I tried to do what I did at Vegas and just send it and see how far out I could get and see how if they could catch me quick, and they did. But yeah, it's a good race overall. I'm not mad at it.
Still a valiant fight in your second straight Championship 4 appearance, and as we've asked the other championship drivers, I'm going to ask you about this. Obviously, Sunoco Cup Series is coming to an end tonight. What are your greatest memories of this series, and what can you take away from your time in the series and driving with the competition here?
There's a lot. Probably greatest memory. I don't even know. Maybe first win, just having Reedy behind me, trying to fend him off and help me. And that locked me into the championship 4, like Talladega did, or I don't know. There's a lot of great memories. Honestly, just teamwork between me and the Fast Banana guys is probably the greatest thing. I mean, showed it all season. I'm pretty sure, unless things went terribly wrong, that we won the team championship. But yeah, we did a great job as a team every race. I know we had some down races like Dover where we all crashed, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, just super thankful to everyone in the league for having me. Obviously, it's unfortunate coming to the end. I know Steven has that new league coming up, which he might not invite me to now. But yeah, it was just super fun every time we raced this league. This season was really fun, especially with the long races. Even though my chair and my body hates me for racing them because chair is like terrible. But it'll be alright. Tough it out. But yeah, it was super fun overall. Just like I said, thank you everyone in the league for having me. You guys do a fantastic job as well every week, every season, every time I hear you, Kenneth. And it was super fun time, and definitely gonna miss it on the Sundays. Got like nothing to do on Sundays now that NASCAR's over and this is over. Probably go watch the crappy Jags lose again. But yeah, fun times. Definitely unfortunate ending, but like I said, super fun.
Well, Colin, I know that on behalf of all of us, we've been appreciative of your time in the series, and it's been so much fun watching you take on the track, take on this series, and so much more. So on behalf of all of us, thank you for all that you do for Sunoco Cup action, and we're going to miss this series dearly, and I'm sure you are as well. Colin, thank you so much. Congratulations on making it to the championship for this season and giving it a whale of a run. Hopefully we get to talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, Kenneth.
That's Colin Forrester, who finishes the championship in 3rd place. And now we talk to the man who finishes 4th in the championship. Jake Reeves, you've got Steven Stympian.
Oh, man. Steven Stympian comes home 4th in the championship, buddy. I mean, what more could you have done right there on that last restart?
I don't look at it as the last restart. I look at coming out 5th in the second to the last stage. I don't know how I came out 5th. Didn't slide in the box or anything like that. I don't know if some people just took no tires or whatever. I know there was a couple of pit cycles before the last stage there, and I kind of make up ground, and I couldn't really do what I wanted to do with Lawson on the long run. I pushed a little bit more than I wanted to on that on that last stage, that last long run, and kind of screwed me up on the green flag pit stops. Well, I was a couple tenths back, two seconds back. So I look at that as the loss. I don't look at the restart as a loss. I kind of got mad at Colin a little bit, went down there, yelled at him real quick, but nah, no hard feelings. It is what it is, and I'm an 0-4 in championships, so I'll eventually get one day.
Well, obviously we can see, the emotion and everything that Sunoco Cup Series has had on you and everything else. But, we've asked numerous people. I'm sure that you've already said, but just, your favorite moment with the Sunoco Cup Series, because you've been around the longest.
Yeah, just obviously me and you guys, Kenneth, man, he's one of the best. If I didn't come over to this league, would have never had the opportunity to meet Kenneth and Bradley, Jake, you guys, and just fantastic job. You guys are the reason why I keep coming out, every Sunday and doing it. But just sad to see this series go. But favorite memory I'd probably have is my Darlington wins, and then my Loudon battle with Mario, where I squeaked him out my rookie season, won at the home track. So that was a good memory of mine. And me and Lawson had some good battles tonight. I'm sure you guys enjoyed that for a while. Me and him were back and forth all night. And man, if I had the opportunity, I just wish I had the opportunity to get close to him, because I was saving some stuff for what I wanted to do to him, to get around him finally. I think I cracked him a little bit where I knew what I wanted to do if I got the opportunity. But just like I said, the second stage, that fifth start, really screwed me out. And hell, again, well, eventually the monkey's got to come off the back. We'll get a championship eventually, one of these days. I think I'm too talented to not have one, but we'll get one eventually.
Well, I'll say this, buddy. The time that I've been around you, you are a hell of a race car driver, a hell of a person as well, buddy. So, obviously, real quick before we let you go, thank your sponsors and shout-outs and all that's made it possible, because obviously a bittersweet moment here tonight, but it's been some awesome memories, and you've been a part of them.
Hell yeah, man. Definitely going to miss this league. Shout out to Dakota and Dustin. Going to miss those guys. Can't thank them enough for bringing me on, and having me meet all the fantastic guys I've met over the past few years, and my guys at DTH. What a hell of a group this season. Alex stuck around and helped me there in the last 100 laps, was my crew chief spotter, so that was a big shout out to him. And obviously Lawson for winning the championship. Didn't get to say congratulations to him, but congratulations to him. And then my dad out there for all the support. A couple of my buddies watching out there. Sorry I couldn't get done. My beautiful wife for letting me do this week in, week out. Love her, and my beautiful 2 kids. And you guys. Love you guys. I'm going to miss you guys.
Oh, we'll be around, Stephen. I'm about guarantee you right now, we'll be around some way, shape, fashion, or form, Stephen. Appreciate your time, and best of luck. And the Dropping the Hammer Cup Series, all that cool stuff, buddy. I'm sure we'll be around for that as well.
Looking forward to that coming up in a few months. Going to take some time off and relax.
All for it, Stephen. Appreciate your time, buddy. And Kenneth, I'll turn it back over to you, buddy.
So that will do it. Top 4 finishers in the championship: Lawson Peel, Curtis Kelly, Colin Forster, and the man you just heard from, Steven Stempian, wraps up our 2024 season, which is known as the last of Sunoco Cup Series action. Jake, before we send things off, just want to get your final thoughts on your experience with this series and tonight's championship race.
Well, obviously, the time for me with the Sunoco Cup Series is short. My only race that I've called, but obviously with the Sunoco Winter Series, was always big with me. I talked about it, with the 87s at Talladega, and and the COTs at Talladega, where they're, moving around there at 220 mile an hour, and also the 87s and all that good stuff. It was just so many good memories, that I had calling those races. Helped me develop as a broadcaster as well, and so I'm really gonna miss this right here. Hey, what better way to go out, than the last race to be able to help call this one. And You know, I mean, the real deal, Lawson Peel. I mean, that nickname's gonna stick. I promise you, it's gonna stick sooner or later. But I mean, you know, what else can you say about him? I mean, you know, he overcome everything that was threw at him. You know, you had Colin Forrester that was out there on that short run speed. He had to deal with Steven Stampian as well, and also had to deal with the overtime finish. And in the end, 3 in a row, Lawson Peel gets it done.
That nickname will stick around for sure. I mean, Peel's going to be around for a while. All the other drivers are going to be around for a while. So, I mean, we'll see what exactly happens. But back in 2021, I was a young and up-and-coming broadcaster. And at that point I was going through. So, I mean, this series means a lot to me. But we'll turn to Bradley Cooper, who's been the producer, the commentator. He's fit in every single role. He's been the MVP here at VSPEED. Bradley, what are your thoughts on this series and this championship?
I just wanted to say thank you to Sunoco for giving us the opportunity, Dakota Curtis and Reeves and everybody that made it possible. You for being up here in the booth and all season long. And man, I'm choking up a little bit here. It didn't happen up until this moment. So, and then I'd also like to shout out there to Jake Reeves for being up here in the booth with us tonight. And I know that we were scheduling a trip and that's the fill-in, but Jake, you came out here strong and you educated yourself. You did your due diligence. You did a phenomenal job, and what a race to call! It was an amazing finish to an amazing league.
It was wonderful, and I can't really express my gratitude enough to you guys, you and Jake, for all the hard work you guys put in. Jake, I know you and I have only worked together twice, but it's felt a lot of fun commentating races with you, and Bradley for giving me the support, for giving me the platform, and for doing all that you do behind the scenes. It's a lot of hard work that a lot of people don't see. You know, a lot of people don't give credit enough to some of the producers around the iRacing space for all of the little trinkets and little things they have to deal with. So Bradley, thank you for all of the things that you've done to make this series go round on VSPEED and to make the broadcast look as effortless and as wonderful as they do. Again, like I was saying, back in 2021, I was still an up-and-coming broadcaster at the time. I had formed my own channel. I had gotten some gigs here and there, but I hadn't progressed that much. That was until I got the call from Podium Esports, Ryan Bauer, James Pike. They told me, we want you to be on this series. We're going to give you a shot. We're going to give you a platform with Devin Henry and former Coke Series driver Michael Guerrilla to cover the MPI Cup Series, as what it was known at the time, back when they were running Gen 6 cars. And for me, it was a huge moment in my sim racing broadcast career because it was my first big gig with a series that had sponsorship money, with series that had a wider viewership, and with drivers that were really, really high skilled. And I could not have been more blessed and have been more proud to say that I've covered this series over the last several years, including this final one from HOMESTEAD-MIAMI Speedway. So now that it's enshrined in gold, this series forever, I want to thank everyone that's been a part of this series and has given me the opportunity to cover this great series, whether it's from the members at Podium Esports, Ryan Bauer and James Pike, for Devin Henry and Michael Guerrilla for giving me an outstanding time and helping me with my little things going up as a broadcaster. And as I'm still learning now, you know, I continue to learn from those two amazing gentlemen, to all of the people involved at Sunoco Cup Series Action for Dakota and all of his widespread support, for everything that he's taught me, everything that he's supported me with. I really appreciate that. For Dustin Reeves and all that he's helped on the admin side. For Josh Loganbitz, who's a member that we don't necessarily mention that often, but he's taken realm of the race control position over this season, and he's done a wonderful job throwing cautions and making sure things are fair and square on the racetrack. To all of the drivers, every single one of them, and I mean every driver that's joined, whether they were inactive this season or not, I appreciate every single one of you for giving your all on a Sunday night and giving everything that you've had on the racetrack. It's provided fantastic moments. I've been so blessed to have met the wonderful personalities behind the drivers, and I can tell you, they are wonderful people inside and out. They're wonderful times when you get to talk to them, when you get to know them, and when you get to learn more about them, as I'm doing every single day. And I hope that this is not the last time we cross paths together, whether it be on a broadcast or whether it be at a VC at 2 in the morning while we're after a race, talking things out and just having a bit of fun. I want to thank every single one of you that have watched this Sunoco Cup Series up until now, for all the family members, all the friends, all the partners, every single person that has taken a bit of their time to watch this series. I wholeheartedly appreciate you and say thank you for taking your time to support us at VSPEED, to support Jake, to support Bradley, to support me, and to support the series, and support all that these guys have come to offer. This series and its spirit will not die here. It will stay alive in the years to come. Already there are plans to revive the series and keep it going with the same core group. But as for it, I wish the best for every single person that's a part of this series, because we all know that it all comes down to the foundation of sim racing, and sim racing is always a loving family. With that, we'll close out our coverage of the Sunoco Cup Series Championship from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I want to give another huge shout out to my colleagues in the booth, Jake Reeves, and our producer tonight, Bradley Cooper, for Dakota Curtis and Dustin Reeves for all that they do with the Sunoco Cup Series, for Adam Baker at VSPEED, and for everyone involved. Congratulations to Lawson Peel on his 3rd consecutive Sunoco Cup Series title. It's so long for now. Hopefully we'll see you soon. Good night from Homestead-Miami.